My dear chosen ones, before we begin, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you. To those who have supported this channel through Super Thanks, your generosity allows us to continue sharing these messages of wisdom, light, and divine truth. Even if you have not donated, please know that your presence here is a blessing. Your time, your energy, and your willingness to awaken to your true purpose mean more than words can express. Now, let's talk about why you are here. You have felt the call deep in your soul. You have walked a path unlike any other. You have experienced pain, trials, and rejection, moments of solitude where you questioned if you truly belonged in this world. Have you ever felt disconnected from those around you, as if the things that excite others seem hollow to you? Have you ever longed for something deeper, something sacred, something the world does not seem to offer? This is not your imagination. This is not a mistake. You are not like the rest. You are a chosen one. And today, I want to reveal something that has been within you all along. Two divine powers, two extraordinary gifts that have been woven into the very fabric of your being. These are not just talents or skills. They are sacred abilities given to you by the universe, designed to help you rise, transform, and fulfill your highest purpose. But here's the truth. Most chosen ones go through life unaware of these powers. They feel them. They sense that they are different. But the weight of the world often causes them to doubt their own magic. Have you ever ignored your intuition, only to later realize you were right? Have you ever felt an unseen force guiding you towards something greater, even when you couldn't fully explain it? Society, conditioning, and even those closest to you may have convinced you that your gifts were not real, that your depth was a flaw rather than a strength. But deep in your soul, you know otherwise. You have always known. You have felt the pull of something greater, seen the signs, and received the whispers of the universe, gently guiding you toward your divine purpose. And now you are here, not by coincidence, not by chance. You were guided to this message because your spirit is ready to awaken. This is your moment. You are being called to step fully into your power. The time of hiding, doubting, and suppressing your light is over. Open your heart. Still your mind. Allow yourself to receive this truth. Because once you embrace these two extraordinary powers, your life will never be the same again. Write it in the comments with the number 777. Speak it into existence. Let the universe hear you, because when you declare it, you step into a new reality, one where you no longer walk in confusion, fear, or self-doubt, but in clarity, strength, and divine purpose. Are you ready? Take a deep breath. Hold it. Exhale. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, you have been gifted with these two extraordinary powers to transform your life. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why you keep rising, no matter how many times life has tried to push you down? Why, when others break under pressure, you find a way to transform your pain into something greater? This is no accident. It is your divine inheritance, a sacred force within you that has been there since the beginning. The first extraordinary power gifted to you is transmutation, the ability to transform energy, to take the worst and turn it into something extraordinary. But how do you know this power is real? Look at history, at the lives of those who came before you, those who were chosen. Consider Joseph in the Bible. He was betrayed by his own brothers, sold into slavery, falsely accused, and thrown into prison. Genesis 37:23-28, 39:20. For years, he endured suffering that could have destroyed his spirit. But instead of being broken by his trials, he transmuted his suffering into wisdom, his rejection into redirection. He used his God-given ability to interpret dreams to rise from prisoner to ruler, second only to Pharaoh. Genesis 41:41 to 43. What others meant for his harm, God used for his elevation. And what about Nelson Mandela? Imprisoned for 27 years, he could have emerged full of hatred and vengeance. Instead, he transmuted his suffering into a vision for peace, becoming one of the greatest leaders of the modern era. He once said, "I never lose. I either win or learn." That is the power of transformation, the ability to take even injustice and turn it into something redemptive. Chosen one, you have this same power. How many times have you been knocked down only to rise stronger? How often have you turned pain into wisdom, failure into motivation, or darkness into light? That was not coincidence. That was the divine power of transmutation within you. But let's go even deeper. Jesus himself demonstrated this power in the most profound way. He was mocked, betrayed, and crucified. But in the ultimate act of transmutation, he turned the cross, the symbol of suffering, into the greatest victory of all time, the salvation of humanity. From death, he brought resurrection. From pain, he brought redemption. And that same divine energy exists within you. So here's the question. Are you fully embracing this power, or are you allowing life's difficulties to define you? Because the difference between the ordinary and the chosen is not in what happens to them, but in how they choose to transform their experiences. Chosen. 1. Have you ever wondered why, no matter how much you endure, pain, betrayal, rejection, you always seem to rise again? It doesn't matter how deep the wounds are, how overwhelming the suffering is, or how hopeless the situation appears. Something within you refuses to break, refuses to surrender. That is not by chance. That is not ordinary. This is the mark of divine favor upon you. You have been gifted with something most people do not possess. The ability to transmute energy, to turn suffering into wisdom, and to take what was meant to destroy you and forge it into something powerful. Most people are controlled by their surroundings. They absorb negativity and allow it to dictate their emotions, their mindset, and ultimately their fate. When hardships strike, they collapse under the weight of their pain. When betrayal comes, they let bitterness consume them. But you were never meant to be like them. You are different. You are an alchemist of the spirit. Where others see loss, you find lessons. Where others see pain, you find purpose. Where others fall apart, you gather the pieces and rebuild yourself into something even greater. Consider Job, a man who was tested beyond what most could endure. He lost everything: his wealth, his health, his family. He was stripped of everything that once gave him comfort, left to suffer in anguish. Yet even in his despair, he did not curse God. Even when his friends told him to give up, he held on to his faith. And in the end, he was restored beyond measure. God gave him twice as much as he had before. Job 42:10. What was meant to break him only refined him. What was meant to destroy him only prepared him for something greater. How many times have you endured losses that felt unbearable, only to later realize that they were setting you up for something better? How many times have you thought you were losing, only to later see that you were being repositioned? Every battle you have fought, every tear you have shed, every storm you have endured, it was all part of the transformation. What if everything you once saw as rejection was actually redirection? What if the pain you carried was never meant to weaken you, but to awaken you? Think about Maya Angelou, a woman who overcame unspeakable trauma, yet instead of allowing her pain to silence her, she used it to shape her voice. Her words became a beacon of hope for generations. Her suffering transformed into power. Or think of J.K. Rowling, who faced failure, poverty, and rejection time and time again, yet refused to give up. The world told her no, but she transmuted every setback into a stepping stone toward the destiny that awaited her. What seemed like endings were only beginnings in disguise. This is why Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, "We also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance character, and character hope." Every hardship is shaping you. Every challenge is molding you into something greater. You are not just surviving, you are evolving. But this power comes with a price. The reason you have faced so many struggles is because you have been given a gift that requires testing. You are being refined, sharpened, strengthened. This is why your journey has been different from those around you. They were not called to carry what you carry. They were not meant to walk the path you walk. That is why they do not understand you. That is why you often feel like you are alone. But you are not alone. Every chosen one before you has walked this road. Every great leader, every spiritual warrior, every soul destined for something higher has endured trials that most could never imagine. Isaiah 40:31 says, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." You are not meant to stay on the ground. You are not meant to remain in darkness. You were born to rise. So the question is, will you embrace this power? Will you finally see your struggles not as punishments, but as divine preparation? Will you stop asking why you have suffered so much and start asking what you are being prepared for? The world will tell you to quit, to surrender, to accept an ordinary life. But you are not ordinary. You are chosen. You have been given the ability to take everything that was meant to break you and turn it into the foundation that elevates you. Nothing can stop you except your own doubt. Nothing can defeat you unless you choose to surrender. You have already overcome so much. Why stop now? The world is watching, heaven is watching, and your destiny is waiting. Now, rise. Chosen one, think back over your life. How many times have you stood at the edge of destruction only to find yourself still standing? How many times have you walked through fire, felt the heat of adversity burning away everything familiar, and yet somehow you emerged not weaker but stronger? You have lost relationships, friendships, opportunities, even entire versions of yourself. Yet every time you evolved, you grew, you became something greater than before. But have you ever wondered why? Why is it that when others break under the weight of their struggles, you seem to rise from the ashes, transformed? Why do the storms that were meant to drown you only end up washing away what no longer serves you? This is no ordinary resilience. This is the power of transmutation, the divine ability to take suffering and turn it into strength, to take rejection and turn it into redirection, to take pain and turn it into wisdom. Look at Moses. He was raised in Pharaoh's palace, yet destined to lead a people he barely knew. He lost his position, his identity, his sense of belonging. He fled into the wilderness believing his story was over. But in the very place he thought was the end, God transformed him into the leader he was meant to be. Moses was no longer just a man. He became a force of divine will, parting the Red Sea and leading an entire nation to freedom. Exodus 14:21-22. His exile was not his punishment, it was his preparation. And what about your own exile? The moments where you were stripped of everything you thought defined you, the seasons where you felt lost, wandering through the wilderness of your own life. Did you not find, in the depths of that suffering, the seeds of something greater? This is why James 1:2-4 declares, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." Every challenge, every heartbreak, every betrayal, It was all a refinement process. Like gold purified in fire, you were never meant to remain in your raw state. You were always destined to be shaped, polished, and elevated into something far beyond what you once were. But now comes the shift. Up until now, you have been unconsciously transforming energy without realizing it. You have been enduring, surviving, rising, without fully understanding the power at work within you. But now, it is time to master it. It is no longer enough to simply react to life's challenges, to let energy flow into you unchecked. Have you noticed how easily the emotions of others try to invade your spirit? How negativity attempts to attach itself to you? How the chaos of the world constantly seeks to pull you into its storm? This is because you're not like the others. Most people absorb the energy around them without question, allowing their mood, their mindset, and even their destiny to be shaped by external forces. But you are called to master the energy around you, not be mastered by it. Now is the time to take full control of your power. No longer should you allow yourself to be manipulated by the negativity of others. No longer should you react unconsciously, letting external forces dictate your emotions and your path. You must now step fully into the role you were chosen for, as an architect of your reality, a guardian of your own energy, a conscious wielder of the divine power within you. Think of Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor who endured unimaginable suffering, stripped of everything, yet discovered the one thing no one could take from him, his ability to choose his response. He wrote in Man's Search for Meaning, "Everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way." This is what separates the chosen from the ordinary. The world reacts blindly, but you must respond with purpose. The world is controlled by external forces, but you must be the master of your own energy. The world submits to suffering, but you must transmute it into strength. This is why 2 Timothy 1:7 reminds us, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind." So now I ask you, are you ready? Are you ready to stop letting life happen to you and instead start shaping life with the power inside you? Are you ready to stop carrying the burdens of others as if they are your own and instead stand firm in your own divine energy? This power has always been within you, but now it is time to fully claim it. No more unconscious reactions. No more absorbing energy that does not belong to you. No more allowing the world to dictate your destiny. It is time to step into the mastery of who you were always meant to be. Everything you need is already inside you. Now, will you use it? Chosen one. And the first step in this process is awareness. You must begin to recognize the energies around you for what they are, without becoming consumed by them. This means when negativity arises, whether from an external situation or from within your own thoughts, you must not suppress it, fear it, or react impulsively. Instead, you must observe it. Take a deep breath and say to yourself, "This is energy, and energy can be transformed." Because that's exactly what you're about to do. Most people fall into the trap of suffering because they ask the wrong questions. They look at their struggles and say, "Why is this happening to me?" This is the mindset of the unawakened. This is the mindset of someone who does not yet see the power within them. But you must ask a different question. You must ask, what is this trying to teach me? The difference between these two perspectives is the difference between being a victim and being a master. One keeps you trapped in suffering. The other opens your eyes to the divine wisdom embedded in every experience. Consider Esther in the Bible. She was an orphan, taken from her people, placed in a foreign palace with no certainty of her future. She could have asked, "Why is this happening to me?" Instead, she understood that every moment of her journey had been leading to something greater. And when the time came to save her people, she boldly stepped into her power, declaring, "If I perish, I perish." Esther 4:16. She had been placed in her position for such a time as this. And so have you. Romans 12:2 tells us, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Then you will be able to test and approve what God's will is, His good, pleasing, and perfect will." You must renew your mind. Every challenge, every difficult person, every setback is a lesson. The universe, under divine guidance, does not waste experiences. You are not being punished, you are being prepared. Think of Nelson Mandela. He was imprisoned for 27 years, stripped of his freedom, and isolated from the world. He could have asked, "Why me?" But instead he transmuted his suffering into wisdom, emerging not bitter, but stronger than ever. He turned his time in prison into his training ground. And when he was finally released, he walked as a leader, not a broken man. What was meant to silence him became the very thing that made his voice unstoppable. And now, think about your own life. What trials have you endured that, in the moment, felt like unbearable suffering, but now in hindsight, you see they were shaping you? Can you look back at a moment of rejection, heartbreak, or betrayal and realize that it was actually a redirection towards something greater? Nothing has been wasted. This is why James 1:2-4 tells us, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." Your struggles are your training ground. Think of a warrior being prepared for battle. Would he be strong if he never faced hardship? Would he be skilled if he never had to fight? He must endure the weight of his armor. He must train tirelessly. He must be tested, because without the test, he is not ready for victory. And so it is with you. The hardships you have faced were never meant to break you. They were meant to forge you. Like a blade in fire, you are being refined, sharpened, strengthened, not because you are weak, but because you are destined to be powerful. Now comes the turning point. Up until now, you have been transforming energy without realizing it. You have been enduring, surviving, adapting. But now, it is time to master it. Have you noticed how the emotions of others try to invade your spirit? How negativity attempts to attach itself to you? How the chaos of the world tries to pull you into its storm? This is because you are not like everyone else. Most people absorb energy blindly. If the world around them is negative, they become negative. If circumstances are difficult, they lose themselves in despair. But you are different. You must be different, because you are not meant to be controlled by external forces. You are meant to be the one who transforms them. 2. Timothy 1:7 reminds us, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind." Do you understand what this means? It means you do not have to be controlled by the negativity around you. You do not have to react unconsciously. You do not have to absorb pain and let it define you. Instead, you must step into the mastery of your own energy. Think of Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor who endured unspeakable suffering in Nazi concentration camps. He had every reason to give up, to fall into despair. But he realized something profound. His captors could take everything from him except for one thing: his ability to choose his response. Everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms: to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. This is the power that is within you. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are a master of transformation. You have been given the ability to take suffering and turn it into wisdom, to take pain and forge it into strength, to take the darkness around you and transform it into light. Chosen one, Do you realize the unique gift you have been given? Have you ever noticed that when you feel deep emotions, whether pain, joy, sorrow, or love, you have the ability to turn them into something greater? You do not simply experience emotions. You transmute them into meaning, into beauty, into something that touches the souls of others. This is why so many spiritual souls are drawn to art, writing, music, healing, and creative expression. Creation is not just a skill, it is a divine channel for energy transformation. You are not meant to suppress what you feel, you are meant to create with it. Think of King David, a warrior, a leader, but also a poet and a musician. His psalms were not just songs, they were expressions of his deepest prayers, fears, and praises to God. When he was overwhelmed, he wrote. When he was in despair, he composed music. Through his creativity, he transmuted his emotions into something holy, something eternal. His words still inspire millions today. What if your emotions, your struggles, your joys were meant to inspire others in the same way? Now, think about history. Vincent van Gogh battled immense emotional turmoil, yet he poured his soul into his paintings, creating masterpieces that still move hearts centuries later. Maya Angelou took her pain and transformed it into words that have given strength to generations. Beethoven lost his hearing, yet he continued composing, proving that true creation comes not from perfect conditions, but from a soul that refuses to be silenced. What about you? Have you ever noticed that when you write, sing, paint, dance, or create, something within you shifts? Have you ever felt the weight of your emotions lifting as soon as you release them into creation? This is because energy is meant to move. It is not meant to stagnate inside you, building up like a dam about to burst. It needs an outlet, a purpose, a path to flow through. Psalms 30:11 reminds us, "You turned my wailing into dancing. You removed my sackcloth and clothed me with joy." This is the essence of transmutation, turning sorrow into song, turning grief into growth, turning pain into power. If you ever feel overwhelmed, do not let your emotions consume you. Channel them. Write in a journal. Let your thoughts flow onto paper without restriction. Paint even if you do not consider yourself an artist. Sing even if no one is listening. Dance even if you are alone in your room. Let your energy move through you. Go into nature. Stand beneath the open sky. Feel the wind wrap around you and let your emotions flow with it. Touch the earth. Walk barefoot. Let your energy reconnect with something greater than yourself. Do you know why so many ancient prophets and mystics spent time in the wilderness? Because nature absorbs, cleanses, and transforms. What you carry inside you is not meant to be locked away. It is meant to be expressed, released, and reborn into something new. Ecclesiastes 3:4 says, "A time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance." There is a divine rhythm to life, and you are a part of it. You were created not to be weighed down by emotions, but to shape them, mold them, and create with them. So I ask you, how will you channel your energy? What will you create? What masterpiece is waiting to be born through you? Your emotions are not a burden, they are a gift. Now use them. Chosen one, the final step in transmutation is release. You must learn to let go. This is where many struggle, because even after transforming pain into wisdom, suffering into strength, and heartbreak into clarity, they still hold on to the past. But true mastery comes not only from transformation, it comes from surrendering what no longer serves you. Have you ever noticed how some wounds seem to linger, how some betrayals still feel fresh even after years have passed? Why is it that even when we know we have grown, certain memories still weigh heavy on our souls? It is because we have not fully released them. Holding on to past pain, resentment, or anger keeps you tied to the lower vibrations of the past. It chains you to an energy that no longer aligns with who you are becoming. Imagine trying to climb a mountain while carrying a heavy backpack filled with stones. Each stone represents an old wound, a past betrayal, a grudge, a regret. How can you ascend if you refuse to set them down? This is why Matthew 11:28 tells us, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." You were never meant to carry all this weight. You were meant to be free. But how do you truly release? How do you let go of something that feels like it has become a part of you? Visualize a bright white light surrounding any negative energy in your life. Close your eyes and see it clearly. The pain, the resentment, the anger. See it being purified, turned into love, and sent back into the universe as a blessing. If a person has wronged you, instead of carrying resentment, bless them and release them, not for their sake, but for yours. Look at Jesus on the cross, betrayed, humiliated, abandoned, tortured, and yet his final words were not of anger, but of forgiveness. "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." Luke 23:34. He understood something most people never will. Resentment keeps you bound. Forgiveness sets you free. But forgiveness does not mean allowing those who hurt you to remain in your life. It does not mean ignoring the pain they caused. It simply means you are choosing not to carry it anymore. It means you are freeing yourself from the energy that was never meant to define you. Think of Nelson Mandela. After 27 years in prison, he had every reason to be bitter, every reason to seek revenge. But he chose a different path. He released his anger, his resentment, his pain, because he knew that true power lies not in revenge, but in freedom. He once said, "As I walked out the door toward my freedom, I knew that if I did not leave my bitterness and hatred behind, I would still be in prison." What prison have you been holding yourself in? How much energy have you given to people who no longer think of you? How much weight are you still carrying from wounds that should have been healed long ago? Are you ready to be free? When you release, you elevate your frequency. You break free from the energies that once held you down. You rise into the fullness of who you were meant to be. This is why Isaiah 43:18-19 reminds us, "Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I'm doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" You are not meant to stay in the past. You are not meant to carry yesterday's burdens into tomorrow's blessings. You are meant to rise. My dear chosen one, when you fully embrace the power of transmutation, nothing in this world can break you. This does not mean life will no longer challenge you. It does not mean you will never face struggles, hardships, or moments of doubt. But it does mean that no matter what happens, you will always rise higher. Because now you understand the truth. For so long, you may have believed that you were at the mercy of the energies around you, that when negativity surrounded you, you had no choice but to absorb it, that when pain struck, you had no choice but to suffer through it, that when darkness came, you had no choice but to endure it. But you see now, that was never the case. You are not a victim of energy. You are a master of energy. You no longer absorb negativity and allow it to consume you. You transform it into wisdom. You no longer dwell in pain and let it define you. You evolve through it. You no longer fear darkness and hide from it. You turn it into light. This is not something new. This power has always been within you. The difference is that now you are fully aware of it. Now you can consciously use it. Look at Jesus when he was tempted in the wilderness. Matthew 4:1-11. The enemy tried to break him, tempting him with power, wealth, and an easier path. But he did not fall. He did not react out of fear or weakness. He transmuted every challenge into an opportunity to stand stronger in his truth. And in doing so, he set the example for all who would follow. The example of someone who is not controlled by external forces, but who commands them with wisdom and divine authority. Think about Malcolm X, a man who transformed anger into awareness, oppression into empowerment. He did not allow the injustices he suffered to turn him into a victim. Instead, he used them as fuel to ignite a movement. That is transmutation in action. Or Frida Kahlo, who endured a life of immense pain and suffering, yet used her art to tell stories of resilience, beauty, and power. She did not suppress her pain. She created with it, turning it into something immortal. Now, look at yourself. Can you see the power within you now? Can you see that everything you have faced was shaping you, molding you, refining you? Can you feel that you are not the same person who once suffered, but someone far greater, someone unshakable, someone unstoppable? Psalm 18:29 declares, "With your help I can advance against a troop. With my God I can scale a wall." This verse is a reminder that nothing is too great for you. No battle is too strong. No pain is too deep. No challenge is too overwhelming. You do not crumble under pressure. You rise above it. You do not break. You transform. And now it is time to own it. This is the moment of decision. No longer will you let energy control you. No longer will you let your past define you. No longer will you fear anything that comes your way. Because now you know, everything can be transmuted. Everything can be turned into power. Are you ready? If so, declare it now. Not just in your mind, but out loud. Write it. Speak it. Let the universe hear you. I am an energy alchemist. I transmute all darkness into light. And remember, this is only the first power. There is still another extraordinary gift waiting to be revealed. Stay with me, because what comes next will change your life forever. My dear chosen one, now that you have awakened to your first extraordinary gift, the power to transmute energy, it is time to reveal the second divine gift that has set you apart from the rest of the world. This is not an ordinary ability. It is why you have always felt different. It is why you have seen and experienced life in a way that others cannot comprehend. You have been gifted with the ability to see beyond the veil. This is a power few possess, and even fewer understand. It is what makes you stand apart. It is why you often feel like an outsider. It is why you notice things others don't, why you sense truths that remain hidden from most, and why you experience life with an intensity that can feel both profound and isolating. What does it mean to see beyond the veil? It means that you are not bound by the illusion of the material world. Unlike most people, you are not limited to the five senses. You have been given spiritual sight, the ability to perceive energies, truths, and hidden realities that exist beyond what the human eye can see. Have you ever wondered why you can sense things before they happen? Why you can feel the emotions of others, even when they try to hide them? Why you recognize meaning in signs, patterns, and dreams that others dismiss as mere coincidence? Perhaps you noticed this gift as a child. Maybe you were the one who sensed tension in a room before anyone spoke a word. Maybe you could feel the unspoken sadness behind someone's smile, or sense the presence of something beyond the physical world. While other children played without a care, you found yourself drawn to deep thoughts, seeking to understand the mysteries of life. And then, as you grew older, you began to realize not everyone experiences the world as you do. You saw that most people walk through life blind to the deeper truths of existence, content with the surface, while you felt called to look beyond. You started to notice things that others overlooked, the way energy shifts in a room, the unspoken words in a person's eyes, the deeper meanings behind synchronicities and events. This ability is sacred. It is why you feel drawn to wisdom. It is why you have always searched for something greater than what this world presents as reality. It is why you have chosen a spiritual path, even when it sets you apart. But with this gift also comes great responsibility. Seeing beyond the veil means that you feel more deeply than most. You absorb energy in ways that others do not. You cannot be easily deceived because you can sense dishonesty, manipulation, and negativity before a single word is spoken. While others take people at face value, you see their true nature. And for this reason, life has not always been easy for you. You have struggled in relationships because you see the truth of people, even when they try to hide it. You have felt the pain of betrayal more deeply because you trusted that others could match the depth of your heart. You have felt misunderstood because your thoughts and perceptions go far beyond the ordinary. How many times have you questioned yourself, wondering if you are too sensitive, too deep, too different? How many times have you tried to silence your intuition, only to later realize that it was right all along? This is the burden of the chosen, to see what others do not, to feel what others cannot, to walk a path that is often lonely because the depth of your perception sets you apart. But do not mistake your sensitivity for weakness. This is the gift that prophets, visionaries, and great spiritual leaders have carried before you. It is the mark of those who are called to a higher understanding. Moses saw beyond the natural world to receive divine instruction. Joseph interpreted dreams that carried the fate of nations. Jesus himself perceived the thoughts of those around him, knowing their hearts, even when they tried to deceive him. Matthew 9:4. This is why Matthew 13:16 tells us, "But blessed are your eyes because they see, and your ears because they hear." You were never meant to live like everyone else. You were meant to perceive, to understand, to see beyond. But now comes the question, how will you use this gift? Will you continue to doubt yourself, trying to fit into a world that was never meant to understand you? Or will you embrace the sight you have been given, stepping fully into the power of your divine perception? Because the moment you accept that your gift is real, your life will never be the same. Chosen one, you must understand, this gift is not a burden. It is not something that isolates you, punishes you, or makes life more difficult. It is a divine power, an ability that very few possess. And when you fully embrace it, your entire life will change. The greatest mistake chosen ones make is doubting their own inner knowing. How many times have you had a strong feeling about a person, a situation, or a decision, only to ignore it, and later realize you were right all along? How many times have you sensed something beneath the surface, but allowed others to convince you that you were overthinking, being too sensitive, or imagining things? That was never imagination. That was never just a coincidence. That was your intuition, your direct connection to divine guidance. You see, your mind perceives the world through logic, facts, and tangible evidence, but your spirit perceives truth beyond what can be seen. Your intuition is your higher self, speaking to you, revealing what your logical mind cannot always explain. It is God's whisper, nudging you toward the path of wisdom and protection. It is the language of the divine, guiding you through signs, feelings, and synchronicities. Consider the story of Daniel in the Bible. When he was taken to Babylon, he was surrounded by deception, manipulation, and corruption. Yet, through divine insight, he interpreted dreams, foresaw hidden truths, and guided kings with wisdom that no earthly advisor could match. His ability to see beyond the veil was not a curse. It was his greatest strength. Because he listened, because he trusted the divine messages he received, he was placed in positions of power and influence where others would have perished. Now, apply this to your own life. How many times has your intuition tried to warn you? How many times have you felt an inner resistance toward a person, only to later discover they were not who they claimed to be? How often have you ignored a gut feeling about a decision, only to regret it afterward? From this moment forward, stop second-guessing yourself. When something feels off, it is because it is. When your spirit tells you to move in a certain direction, listen. When the universe nudges you through repeating numbers, strange coincidences, or sudden insights, pay attention. Your intuition is never wrong. It is not just a feeling, it is a spiritual compass pointing you toward the highest truth. It is your superpower, but a gift is only as powerful as the one who chooses to use it. Will you trust yourself now? Will you honor the guidance that has always been within you? Because when you do, you will never be lost again. Chosen one, the universe is always speaking to you. It is constantly sending you messages, guiding you, and revealing truths. But most people are too distracted to notice. The world around them is filled with noise, distractions, and endless movement, keeping them blind to the signs that are right in front of them. But not you. Have you ever repeatedly seen the same numbers, 1111, 222, 444, appearing in unexpected places? Have you ever been thinking about something only for a song, a message, or a stranger's words to suddenly give you the exact answer you needed? Have you ever had moments where events in your life felt too perfectly aligned to be mere coincidence? These are not accidents. These are divine signals. When you start seeing patterns, when the same message keeps appearing, when the universe aligns things in ways beyond logic, take it as confirmation. Nothing is random. Everything is connected. These synchronicities are proof that you are being guided. God, the divine, the universe, whatever name you choose, has been speaking to you all along. In the Bible, Joseph experienced this through his dreams. His visions were not ordinary. They were messages revealing hidden truths about his future and the destiny that awaited him. Though his brothers tried to silence him, though he was thrown into a pit and later into prison, his spiritual sight never left him. Because he trusted the divine messages he received, he was later placed in a position of great power, one that allowed him to fulfill his purpose and save his people. What if the signs you are receiving are preparing you for something just as great? But here is the secret. Your ability to see beyond the veil is strongest when your mind is clear. Most people cannot hear divine guidance because their thoughts are too loud. Their minds are cluttered with doubt, stress, fear, and distractions from the material world. But you must learn to quiet the noise. When you do, you will begin to perceive messages more clearly, and your gift will grow even stronger. Meditation is one of the most powerful tools for this. You do not need to overcomplicate it. Start with just a few minutes a day. Find stillness. Breathe deeply. Allow your thoughts to settle. In that silence, you will hear the whispers of your soul. This is what Elijah experienced when he sought God on Mount Horeb. He expected to hear God in a great wind, in an earthquake, in a fire. But God was not in any of those. Instead, he came as a still, small voice. 1 Kings 19:11-12. And that is how divine wisdom comes to you. Not in chaos, not in noise, but in stillness. The more you practice, the more heightened your spiritual sight will become. You will begin to receive visions, insights, and downloads of wisdom that will guide your path. You will start to understand things without knowing how you know them. You will begin to feel a deeper connection to something greater than yourself, and life will no longer feel random. It will feel like a carefully woven plan unfolding before your eyes. Chosen one, because you are sensitive to energy, you must also learn how to protect yourself. The same gift that allows you to see beyond the veil also makes you more vulnerable to the energetic shifts around you. Have you ever noticed that certain people leave you feeling exhausted, even when they haven't said anything negative? Have you ever walked into a room and immediately sensed tension, as if something unspoken was lingering in the air? Do you often feel drained after spending time in large crowds, even if no one directly interacts with you? This is not your imagination. This is your spiritual sensitivity at work. Not everyone you encounter will have pure intentions. Not every place you enter will carry high vibrations. While others can move through life unaware, you feel things deeply. You sense energies, emotions, and hidden motives before they are spoken aloud. This is a sacred gift, but without boundaries, it can also become overwhelming. If you do not protect your energy, you will find yourself constantly depleted, carrying the weight of emotions that were never meant to be yours. How many times have you felt burdened by the problems of others? How often have you taken on the emotional weight of those around you, even when you had nothing to do with their struggles? You were not meant to carry the heaviness of the world. You were meant to stand in your own divine strength. To protect yourself, visualize a shield of divine light surrounding you before entering any space. Imagine this radiant force encircling you, allowing love, wisdom, and truth to flow in, while keeping negativity and lower vibrations out. This is not just a visualization, this is spiritual armor. The same way you can sense energies, you can also command them. Set clear boundaries with people who drain you. Have you ever noticed that some people seem drawn to your light, yet after speaking with them, you feel exhausted rather than uplifted? Not everyone deserves unlimited access to your energy. Some will come to you seeking guidance, but they are not ready to change. Others may seek to take from you, knowingly or unknowingly, without ever replenishing. It is not selfish to protect your energy. It is necessary. Even Jesus withdrew from crowds to pray and renew his spirit. Luke 5:16. If he, the Son of God, needed solitude, why do you feel guilty for needing space? Cleanse your energy regularly. Just as you wash your body to remove physical dirt, you must also cleanse your spirit to remove energetic residue. When was the last time you intentionally released the weight of emotions that no longer serve you? When did you last take time to breathe deeply, to be still, to reconnect with yourself? Nature is a powerful cleanser. Have you ever noticed how much lighter you feel after walking in the woods, standing by the ocean, or simply sitting under the sky? Water carries purification energy, whether through baths, showers, or standing in the rain. Let it wash away what does not belong to you. Sound healing, meditation, and prayer can also restore your energy, bringing you back to your center. But now, here is something even greater for you to realize. This ability was not given to you for yourself alone. Why do you think you have been given this gift? Why do you feel drawn to wisdom, healing, and truth? Why do you naturally find yourself helping others, speaking encouragement into their lives, guiding them when they are lost? Because you are meant to be a light for others. Throughout history, those with spiritual sight have been called to guide others into truth. Moses received divine wisdom and led his people to freedom. Deborah, a prophetess and judge, used her insight to guide an entire nation. John the Baptist saw what others could not and prepared the way for something greater. Do you see the pattern? The ones who are given spiritual vision are never called to remain silent. This is why you feel called to help, teach, heal, or inspire. This is why, even when you try to walk away from your path, you feel an unshakable pull to seek higher truths. You were chosen to uplift those who are struggling, to speak truth even when it is difficult, to shine a light for those still walking in darkness. Chosen one, once you fully claim your spiritual sight, your life will never be the same again. You will no longer feel lost, wandering through uncertainty. You will no longer be deceived by illusions, led astray by distractions, or trapped by the false narratives of the world. Have you ever struggled with decisions, wondering if you were making the right choice? Have you ever doubted your instincts, only to later realize that your first feeling was correct? Have you ever sensed something was wrong before you had evidence to prove it? That doubt ends today. When you embrace your gift, you will begin to see the signs clearly. You will navigate life with divine wisdom, not through guesswork, but through spiritual insight. You will know who to trust and who to walk away from before their intentions even unfold. You will sense opportunities before they arrive and recognize the doors that are meant for you to walk through. You will receive messages and guidance that will lead you exactly where you are meant to be. This ability is not new. It has been placed in the greatest spiritual leaders throughout history. Think of Harriet Tubman, the woman known as the Moses of her people. She was more than an abolitionist. She was guided by divine visions, sensing danger before it came, leading hundreds of enslaved people to freedom through the Underground Railroad. When asked how she managed to navigate such dangerous terrain, she said, "I always told God, I'm going to hold steady on you, and you've got to see me through." She saw beyond what others could, because she trusted the guidance placed within her. Proverbs 3:5-6 tells us, "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." This is the power you now hold, the ability to see what others cannot, to walk a path not based on fear, but on faith. You are not meant to be blind in this world. You are meant to see. Now, it is time to fully embrace your vision. Are you ready? Chosen one, now you stand at the threshold of something truly extraordinary. Today, you have been reminded of the two divine powers that have always been within you, the ability to transmute energy and the ability to see beyond the veil. These gifts have been with you since the moment your soul entered this world. But now is the time to fully awaken them. Because the truth is, the world needs you. Yes, you. You may have doubted your importance. You may have questioned your purpose. You may have felt small in a world that often tries to dim your light. But listen to me carefully. You were never meant to fit in. You were never meant to walk the same path as the rest. You were never meant to shrink yourself to make others comfortable. You were never meant to ignore the calling in your soul. You are here for something greater. Every great leader, every visionary, every world changer has faced a moment where they had to choose to rise, to embrace who they truly were, even when the world tried to silence them. Think of Nikola Tesla, the brilliant inventor who saw beyond what others could comprehend. He once said, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." His ability to perceive reality beyond the material world led to innovations that changed humanity forever. Or Mother Teresa, a woman who felt an unshakable call to serve the forgotten. She saw what others overlooked, the suffering of the poor, the abandoned, the unseen. She dedicated her life to bringing light into the darkest places. She did not let the world convince her that she was too small to make a difference, and neither should you. And everything you have experienced, the hardships, the solitude, the struggles, the betrayals, none of it was meaningless. Every painful moment, every challenge, every disappointment was shaping you. Every storm was refining your spirit. Every setback was preparing you for this exact moment, because now you are ready. Isaiah 61 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Look back at your life for a moment. Can you see it now? Can you see how every step, every lesson, every trial was leading you to this realization? Do you now understand that the struggles were never meant to break you? They were meant to activate you. Your soul has always known this truth. But now, your mind and spirit are aligning with it. This is your time. No more playing small. No more doubting yourself. No more suppressing your light, because you were chosen for this. And now, the world is waiting for you to step into the fullness of who you were always meant to be. Beloved chosen one, you have been gifted with these two extraordinary powers for a reason. Not everyone has them. Not everyone can do what you can do. Not everyone was called to this path. But you have been entrusted with the ability to transmute all energy into light and the ability to see beyond the veil. And so, I ask you now, will you step into your power? Will you own your ability to turn every challenge, every setback, every moment of darkness into something greater? Will you trust your spiritual sight, allowing it to guide you toward the divine path that has always been waiting for you? Or will you continue to hesitate, to question, to wait for a sign, when the truth is, this message is your sign? This is your confirmation. This is your moment. It is time to step forward. Even if your journey feels lonely at times, remember this: you are never alone. There are many of us awakening right now across the world. We may not always cross paths physically, but our spirits are connected. We are a family of light. We are rising together, preparing to bring change, to shift energies, to awaken the world. And I promise you, as you walk in your divine power, the right people, the right opportunities, and the right guidance will find you. You do not have to chase them. You do not have to force anything. Simply walk forward with faith and watch the universe align in your favor. Trust, believe, and keep walking forward. If this message touched your heart and you feel guided, you can support this channel through Super Thanks. Even a simple $1 donation is precious to me and helps us continue spreading light and wisdom. But whether you donate or not, please know that I am deeply grateful for you. Your presence, your energy, and your time are already a blessing. And if you haven't yet, subscribe for more divine wisdom to guide you on your journey. Because remember, you are not here by accident. You are chosen, you are powerful, and your time is now. Until next time, stay blessed, stay awakened, and keep shining your light. What if I told you that among God's chosen ones, there exist a select few who bear extraordinary and mysterious signs, signs so rare that only the most powerful among you possess them? These are not the common indicators of a spiritual awakening that many encounter. They go far beyond. They are profound, undeniable, and deeply woven into the very fabric of a higher calling. Evidence that you have been set apart for something truly divine. Have you ever felt an inner shift, an unexplainable surge of energy that makes you question whether there is more to your existence than what meets the eye? If so, you may be among the few entrusted with a sacred mission in this world. The signs we're about to unveil are not just hints of spiritual growth. They are divine markers, guiding you toward an elevated purpose. They indicate a level of connection with God and the spiritual realm that few ever attain. Have you ever noticed how deeply you feel things, how your perception of life seems vastly different from those around you? Could it be that you have been chosen to walk a path that most cannot comprehend? Take a moment to reflect. If any of this resonates with you, comment 77 below and affirm your connection to this truth. And to those of you who have supported this mission through Super Thanks, your generosity is a testament to the power of faith and unity. Your kindness allows these messages to reach those who need them most, and for that I am deeply grateful. Now, as we step further into this revelation, prepare to uncover the rare and powerful signs that distinguish you as one of the most spiritually advanced among God's chosen. These signs are not coincidences. They are divine confirmations of your unique calling. What exactly are these signs, and why are they entrusted only to a select few? Stay with me as we unveil these mysteries. What you discover may change everything. God's chosen ones, only the most powerful among you, display these rare signs. Let us delve into the profound phenomenon of the energy shift, the first and perhaps most extraordinary sign that distinguishes God's chosen ones. This transformation is more than just a feeling. It is a divine signal that the core of your existence is being realigned for a higher purpose. Can you recall moments when your very essence seemed to vibrate with an unexplainable energy, as if every cell in your body was awakening to something greater? For the chosen ones, this energy shift is not subtle. It is a tangible experience, likened to an electric current or a gentle vibration coursing through your being. This sensation signals that you are in the process of aligning with God's plan and the universal energies He has set into motion. It is the spiritual equivalent of being recalibrated, as your physical and spiritual selves begin to harmonize with higher frequencies. The Bible reminds us in the Romans 12:2, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." This scripture resonates deeply with the energy shift, as it represents the initial step in the divine transformation of those God has chosen. This newfound sensitivity to energy often extends beyond the self, enabling chosen individuals to perceive the vibrations of others and their surroundings. Have you ever entered a room and felt an unspoken tension or peace? This ability to discern the subtle energy of people and places is a gift from God, sharpening your spiritual senses to guide you in fulfilling your divine mission. 1 Corinthians 2:10 speaks of this spiritual discernment, saying, "The Spirit searches all things, even the deep things of God." But what does this shift mean for your life? It is a call to pay attention, to acknowledge that God is awakening you for a higher purpose. Have you noticed how these changes make you more aware of the struggles and needs of others? Could this heightened energy be God's way of preparing you to be a vessel for His work? As your energy aligns with divine frequencies, your life begins to take on a clarity that others might find mesmerizing or even intimidating. This transformation, while exhilarating, can also feel overwhelming. Some chosen ones question why they experience such profound shifts, yet when you embrace this energy as a gift, it becomes clear that it is both a sign and a tool. God is equipping you with spiritual sensitivity to navigate the complexities of your calling. How might this awareness guide you in your journey ahead? As you reflect on this energy shift, remember that it is not random. It is the evidence of God's hand shaping you for something extraordinary. This energy shift often opens the door to an extraordinary awareness of the unseen forces shaping the fabric of our reality. For God's chosen ones, this heightened sensitivity allows them to perceive the subtle currents of energy that guide and influence our experiences. What might seem bewildering at first, a sudden attunement to the ebb and flow of life's energies, is actually the divine hand at work, awakening you to a reality far greater than you once knew. Have you ever felt as though you could sense invisible forces around you, as if the world itself was whispering secrets meant only for you? This awakening, though profound, can be disorienting. But for the chosen ones, it signifies the start of a deeply transformative journey. Like a sailor learning to navigate uncharted waters, you are being called to trust in this new awareness. Isaiah 30:21 provides reassurance. Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you saying, "This is the way, walk in it." These sensations, these vibrations of energy coursing through your being, are not random. They are God's way of guiding you toward your divine purpose. As your awareness grows, you may feel as though you've been charged with a spiritual electricity, alive in a way you've never experienced before. This is no coincidence. Throughout Scripture, we see examples of individuals who were awakened by God for a specific mission. Think of Moses, who encountered the burning bush, a visible sign of God's presence that charged him with purpose. Or consider Paul, whose encounter on the road to Damascus left him forever changed, physically and spiritually. Like them, your calling comes with signs, urging you to recognize that you are set apart. What does this heightened awareness mean for you personally? It is a reminder that you are not ordinary. Have you noticed how these sensations often occur when you are still, as if God is using the quiet moments to amplify His voice? Perhaps this is why Psalm 46:10 instructs us, "Be still and know that I am God." In these moments, your energy aligns with His will, and the path ahead begins to reveal itself. Take heart if you've experienced these unexplainable sensations. They are not signs of confusion, but confirmation of your calling. This awakening is the key to discovering your true destiny, a purpose uniquely designed for you. How will you respond to this divine charge? Will you embrace the journey with faith, trusting that God is leading you towards something extraordinary? Let these experiences remind you that you are chosen, set apart, to fulfill a role that only you can accomplish in His grand design. As chosen ones continue their spiritual awakening, they often develop an uncommon emotional sensitivity and an empathic ability that goes far beyond what most people experience. This isn't merely being empathetic in the conventional sense. It is a deep, spiritual connection to the emotions and inner lives of others. Imagine feeling someone's joy as if it were your own, or being struck by their sorrow so profoundly that it feels as though your heart bears the weight of their burden. Have you ever wondered why you seem to absorb the emotional atmosphere of a room or person so intensely? For the most powerful chosen ones, this heightened sensitivity is both a divine gift and a significant challenge. It equips you with a unique ability to connect deeply with others, to offer comfort, guidance, and understanding that comes from a place of genuine connection. But it can also leave you vulnerable to emotional overwhelm, as though you are navigating an endless sea of feelings. Galatians 6:2 reminds us of the sacred responsibility tied to this gift. Carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ. This verse speaks to the heart of the chosen one's journey, being a vessel for God's love while learning to guard your own spirit. This sensitivity allows you to sense the unspoken struggles and joys of those around you, often before they even express them. Have you noticed how others are drawn to share their burdens with you, seeking comfort without even knowing why? This is not a coincidence. It is a reflection of your calling. Jesus Himself demonstrated unparalleled empathy throughout His ministry, weeping with those who grieved and rejoicing with those who celebrated. His ability to connect with others on such a profound level was rooted in His divine mission. How might your empathic abilities be part of the mission God has set before you? Yet, this emotional sensitivity is not without its challenges. The constant exposure to others' emotions can feel like an emotional flood, threatening to overwhelm you. In these moments, it is essential to seek refuge in God's strength and peace. Philippians 4:7 offers reassurance, "And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus." As a chosen one, you are not meant to bear the weight of the world alone. God walks beside you, strengthening you for the journey ahead. The question is, how can you balance this extraordinary gift with the need for emotional self-care? It begins by recognizing that this sensitivity is not a weakness, but a tool for fulfilling your divine purpose. By leaning into God's guidance, you can learn to navigate the emotional waves, offering love and light to others without losing yourself in the process. This ability is a reminder of your unique role in God's plan, a role that only you, with your tender heart and empathic spirit, can fulfill. How might you use this gift today to bring healing, hope, or understanding to someone in need? This profound empathy is more than a personal trait. It is a testament to your elevated spiritual state. As one of God's chosen ones, your ability to deeply connect with others is a divine blessing, enabling you to perceive and share in their struggles with a compassion that transcends the surface. This depth of understanding is not random. It is a reflection of your higher calling and a clear sign that God has set you apart to be a beacon of light for those who are lost or in need. Have you ever wondered why you seem to intuitively understand someone's pain, even when they have yet to speak a word? Your empathy is not just a gift, but also a responsibility. It calls you to walk a unique path, one that few others can truly grasp. Just as Christ himself bore the burdens of others with profound compassion, so too are you called to carry a measure of that weight. Matthew 2:14-16 reminds us of the significance of this calling. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. This gift of empathy makes you that light, shining hope and understanding into the lives of others. However, with this gift comes the challenge of maintaining your own emotional and spiritual equilibrium. The chosen ones often feel the need to retreat into solitude, not out of weakness, but as a means of preserving their inner peace. Have you noticed how moments of quiet reflection renew your spirit and provide the strength to face the emotional demands of the world? Even Jesus sought solitude to pray and reconnect with the Father, as seen in Mark 1:35, which says, "Very early in the morning, while it was still dark, Jesus got up, left the house and went off to a solitary place where he prayed." Feeling drained or isolated after experiencing the emotions of others is not a flaw, but a natural consequence of your spiritual sensitivity. It is a sign that you are deeply attuned to the needs of those around you, a testament to your spiritual awakening and divine purpose. How might you use this awareness to create boundaries that protect your spirit while still offering love and compassion to others? Embracing this gift means finding balance. By seeking moments of solitude and leaning on God's strength, you can nourish your spirit and recharge. Psalm 23:3 offers reassurance. He refreshes my soul. He guides me along the right paths for his name's sake. Trust that God will guide you in navigating this delicate balance, showing you how to use your gift to uplift and inspire without losing yourself in the process. So, if you find yourself overwhelmed by the emotions of others, remember that this sensitivity is not a burden, but a mark of your divine calling. It is a rare gift, one that equips you to bring comfort, understanding, and hope to those in need. How might you embrace this role today, stepping into your purpose with faith and courage? Let your empathy be a source of light, a tool to transform lives and fulfill the mission God has entrusted to you. As chosen ones deepen their spiritual connection, remarkable changes in sleep patterns and dream experiences often signal a profound transformation. Gone are the restless nights filled with fleeting, forgettable dreams. Instead, a new, almost otherworldly quality of sleep emerges, one punctuated by vivid symbolic visions that carry divine guidance. These dreams are not ordinary. They are messages from the spiritual realm, woven with the wisdom to illuminate your life's purpose. Have you begun to notice how your dreams linger in your mind, as if whispering secrets meant only for you? For the chosen ones, sleep becomes more than a simple physical necessity. It evolves into a sacred portal, a time when the veil between the material and the spiritual realms grows thin. This is when profound revelations occur, moments of clarity that transcend logic. Imagine waking at unexpected hours, feeling a strong pull to pray, meditate, or reflect. These sudden wakeful moments are no coincidence. In Psalm 16:7, David writes, "I will praise the Lord, who counsels me. Even at night my heart instructs me." These nocturnal awakenings are invitations from God to listen, reflect, and align with his purpose. You may notice your sleep cycles becoming erratic. One night you might experience a deep restorative slumber, only to be interrupted by bursts of wakefulness the next. Within these altered states of consciousness, your dreams take on vivid, symbolic qualities, sometimes so profound that they leave a lasting imprint on your soul. These dreams act as divine roadmaps, revealing insights into your destiny and offering direction when you most need it. Like Joseph in the Bible, whose dreams foretold his future and the fate of his family, Genesis 37, your dreams are imbued with a purpose far greater than you may initially realize. How often have you felt that your dreams were guiding you towards something significant? The ability to interpret these dreams is yet another blessing bestowed upon the chosen ones. This is not a skill that everyone possesses. It is a divine gift. With time and spiritual growth, you may find yourself naturally extracting wisdom from these visions, discerning patterns, symbols, and messages that seem to speak directly to your heart. Proverbs 25:2 reminds us, "It is the glory of God to conceal a matter. To search out a matter is the glory of kings." Your dreams are treasures concealed by God, waiting for you to unlock their meaning and embrace their guidance. These experiences are more than just signs of your spiritual elevation. They are affirmations of your unique role in God's grand plan. Have you wondered why you were chosen to walk this extraordinary path? It is because your spirit is attuned to the higher frequencies of divine wisdom. This journey is not always easy. It demands faith, introspection, and a willingness to trust in the unseen forces shaping your reality. But it also carries profound rewards: clarity of purpose, alignment with God's will, and the ability to inspire others through the insights you gain. So, if you find yourself experiencing these shifts, erratic sleep patterns, prophetic dreams, or an overwhelming sense of connection to the spiritual, embrace them with gratitude. These experiences are not random. They are a testament to your spiritual elevation and the unfolding of a greater plan in your life. How might you use these dreams to guide your decisions, deepen your faith, or help others along their journey? Remember, this is not just a personal transformation. It is a divine calling to fulfill your role in God's story. Step into it with confidence and trust, for you are chosen to walk a path that transcends the physical world and touches the eternal. As chosen ones journey deeper into their spiritual awakening, they often experience an unmistakable call to solitude and simplicity. This shift is not merely a lifestyle preference. It is a profound inner yearning to step away from the noise and distractions of the material world. Have you ever felt an overwhelming desire to retreat, to disconnect from the hustle of life and seek something far more meaningful? This is the whisper of your spirit, calling you to align with your higher purpose. Material possessions and worldly success, once appealing, begin to lose their grip on the chosen ones. The endless chase for status and wealth fades into insignificance, replaced by an inner longing for peace, purpose, and spiritual alignment. Jesus himself spoke of this when he said, "Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moths and vermin destroy, and where thieves break in and steal, but store up for yourselves treasures in heaven." Matthew 6:19-20. This detachment from material desires is a hallmark of spiritual maturity, a sign that you are realigning your priorities toward what truly matters. In this stage of awakening, many chosen ones feel drawn to solitude, not as a rejection of others, but as a necessary step to deepen their connection with God and themselves. Have you noticed how moments of quiet reflection or time spent alone bring a clarity and peace that are hard to find elsewhere? Solitude becomes a sanctuary, a space where you can listen to the whispers of the divine and reconnect with your purpose. Even Jesus frequently sought solitude, retreating to the mountains or wilderness to pray and renew his spirit, as seen in Luke 5:16, which states, "But Jesus often withdrew to lonely places and prayed." Nature often plays a pivotal role in this calling. The chosen ones may find themselves irresistibly drawn to the natural world, where the distractions of modern life give way to the serenity and inspiration of creation. Walking through forests, sitting by a flowing river, or gazing at the stars becomes more than just a pastime. It becomes a form of communion with God. Have you ever felt closer to God in these quiet moments, surrounded by nature, as though the earth itself was echoing his voice? Psalm 19:1 beautifully captures this connection. "The heavens declare the glory of God, the skies proclaim the work of his hands." This disconnection from material desires and the embrace of solitude is not a withdrawal from life, but a deeper engagement with its true essence. It is about finding joy and fulfillment in simplicity, in the quiet assurance that you're walking the path God has set before you. How might embracing this call transform the way you view success, fulfillment, and your purpose in life? As you journey through this stage, remember that it is not a rejection of the world, but a reorientation of your soul toward eternity. By stepping away from material distractions, you are creating space for God's guidance to flow into your life. How will you use this time of solitude to strengthen your spirit, deepen your faith, and prepare for the purpose God has chosen for you? Trust in this process, for it is a sacred part of your awakening, a sign that you're on the path to fulfilling your divine destiny. This yearning for solitude and simplicity is a profound hallmark of the chosen ones, signaling that they are transcending the ego-driven desires that dominate much of humanity. The need to accumulate wealth, achieve status, or impress others begins to dissolve. Instead, a higher calling emerges, a longing to connect with the divine essence within and to align life with a purpose far greater than personal gain. Have you felt this shift within yourself, where worldly achievements no longer satisfy, and only the quiet pull towards something eternal feels genuine? This transformation is both liberating and challenging. Breaking away from societal norms can feel isolating, as the chosen ones often find themselves at odds with the materialistic values of those around them. Romans 12:2 speaks directly to this inner conflict. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. This shift is not just a change in priorities, but a complete renewal of the soul, a reorientation toward the divine. While the world may see this path as unconventional or even foolish, it is the only way to true spiritual fulfillment. The liberation that comes with this awakening cannot be overstated. The chosen ones no longer feel the weight of external expectations. They are no longer bound by the need to prove their worth through possessions or accomplishments. Yet, this newfound freedom often brings moments of disorientation. How do you reconcile a life focused on spiritual growth with a world so entrenched in materialism? It is a delicate balance, one that requires courage and faith. Consider the example of Jesus, who resisted the temptations of worldly power during his time in the wilderness. Matthew 4:8-10. His unwavering focus on his divine mission serves as an inspiration for those walking this higher path. If you find yourself increasingly drawn to solitude, simplicity, and minimalism, take heart. These desires are not random. They are signs that you have been chosen to walk a path of spiritual awakening. This journey requires shedding the attachments and distractions that once defined your existence, embracing instead a life aligned with divine purpose. It is not always an easy transition, but it is one that leads to profound inner peace and growth. Matthew 6:33 provides reassurance. But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. Trust that by prioritizing God's will, Everything else will fall into place. As you walk this path, remember that the discomfort of being at odds with the world is a sign of your elevation. The chosen ones are not meant to blend in. They are called to rise above and lead by example. How might embracing simplicity and solitude allow you to reflect God's light more clearly to those around you? What can you let go of today to make space for His purpose in your life? Embrace this calling with gratitude and trust, knowing that it is leading you to a life of greater meaning and fulfillment. You are being prepared for something extraordinary, a purpose uniquely designed for you by God. Walk this path with faith, for it is the path that leads to true spiritual growth and eternal peace. As chosen ones progress in their spiritual awakening, a profound transformation often occurs, a remarkable enhancement in their perceptual abilities. This shift goes far beyond ordinary sensory awareness, unlocking a heightened sensitivity to the unseen energies and subtle messages that surround us. Have you ever felt as though you could see beyond what is physically present, as if the world itself is revealing a hidden layer of meaning? This is not your imagination. It is a divine gift, a sign of your growing connection to the higher realms. One of the most striking aspects of this enhanced perception is the ability to sense auras and energy fields. You may find yourself intuitively understanding the emotional or spiritual states of others simply by being in their presence. Have you ever felt an inexplicable pull towards someone radiating warmth or peace? Or conversely, an urge to distance yourself from someone whose energy feels heavy or discordant? Trust. John 4:1 reminds us, "Do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God." This discernment is part of your gift, enabling you to navigate relationships and situations with clarity and wisdom. In addition to sensing energy, the chosen ones often notice symbolic signs and messages in the patterns of nature or the objects and events that cross their paths. Perhaps you've observed repeating numbers, animals appearing at significant moments, or even shapes and symbols in unexpected places. These signs are not random. They are divine communications, guiding and affirming your spiritual journey. Consider the example of Gideon, who sought confirmation from God through signs in Judges 6:36-40. Like Gideon, you are being shown that God is actively guiding your steps, even in the smallest details. This ability to perceive beyond the material world is both a blessing and a challenge. On one hand, it provides an extraordinary level of intuition and discernment, allowing you to understand the energies and intentions of the people and situations you encounter. This heightened awareness can help you avoid harm, make wise decisions, and align more fully with your purpose. But on the other hand, the constant influx of sensory information can feel overwhelming. How do you process so much at once without becoming drained? The key lies in grounding and self-care. Just as Jesus often retreated to solitary places to pray and reconnect with the Father, Luke 5:16, you too must create space for rest and renewal. Regularly grounding yourself through practices such as prayer, meditation, or spending time in nature can help you manage the influx of spiritual and energetic insights. Isaiah 40:30 key Psalm 31 Psalm offers reassurance. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint. This enhanced perception is not merely a gift for your own benefit. It is a tool for fulfilling your divine mission. How might you use this ability to help others to recognize their unspoken needs, or to offer guidance and encouragement? Have you considered how your heightened sensitivity allows you to see opportunities for growth, healing, and connection that others might overlook? As you embrace this gift, remember that it is a sign of your deepening spiritual elevation and your unique role in God's plan. These experiences, while extraordinary, are also deeply personal, reminding you that you are chosen to walk a path of higher awareness. Trust in this journey and lean into the wisdom and strength that God provides. By learning to balance your sensitivity with grounding and faith, you can use this gift to navigate life with grace, purpose, and clarity, fulfilling the mission for which you were chosen. Despite the challenges that come with heightened perception, the chosen ones persist, embracing this extraordinary gift as a compass for their spiritual journey. This ability is not just a sign of their elevation. It is a tool, a divine resource meant to guide their steps and illuminate the path ahead. Have you ever noticed how certain symbols or patterns seem to stand out to you, as if calling for your attention? These are not mere coincidences. They are divine signposts, markers placed by God to reassure and direct you. For the chosen ones, these moments of recognition are deeply meaningful. Patterns in nature, recurring numbers, or even an unexpected phrase heard at just the right time can carry profound messages. These signs remind them that they're not walking alone, but are guided by a higher power. Psalm 37:23 affirms this, saying, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way." This verse encapsulates the essence of these experiences. Every symbol, every sign is part of God's plan to lead you toward your purpose. But the significance of this gift extends beyond personal growth. The chosen ones often use their heightened perception to offer insights and encouragement to others. Their ability to interpret subtle energies and symbolic messages makes them a source of guidance for those seeking a deeper connection to the divine. Have you considered how your enhanced awareness could be a light for others, helping them navigate their own spiritual paths? This mirrors the calling of prophets in Scripture, such as Samuel, who was chosen to discern God's voice and offer guidance to Israel. 1 Samuel 3. If you find yourself increasingly attuned to the energies and symbols in your everyday life, take heart. This sensitivity is not a burden, but a blessing, a sign that you're walking a path of elevated consciousness. You are being invited to see the world not just as it is, but as it could be, to glimpse the divine threads woven into the tapestry of existence. How might this perspective change the way you approach your decisions, your relationships, and your faith? Walking this path is not always easy, but it is deeply rewarding. It leads to a greater understanding of your purpose and your unique place in God's grand design. Jeremiah 29:11 offers a powerful reminder of this truth. "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." As you continue to embrace this gift, trust that every symbol, every message, and every insight is part of God's plan to bring you closer to the fullness of your destiny. So, as you navigate this journey, remain open to the signs and symbols that surround you. Embrace your role as a chosen one, knowing that your heightened perception is not only a testament to your spiritual awakening, but also a powerful tool for fulfilling your divine purpose. Trust in the process, and let the wisdom you gain illuminate your path and inspire others to seek the light as well. As chosen ones deepen their spiritual awakening, they often discover a remarkable gift, a heightened intuition and a profound sense of knowing that goes beyond logic or explanation. This is not simply a fleeting gut feeling or a vague hunch. It is a deep, resonant awareness that arises from the core of their being. Have you ever felt an unshakable certainty about a decision or situation, even when all external evidence seemed to contradict it? This intuitive guidance is a sacred compass, steering you toward the right path and shielding you from potential harm. For the chosen ones, this knowing feels like a direct connection to a higher intelligence, a wellspring of wisdom that transcends the physical world. James 1:5 reassures us, "If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you." This heightened intuition is not just a gift. It is evidence of a growing relationship with the divine, where answers often come in whispers rather than thunderous declarations. This knowing manifests in various ways. You might suddenly feel an undeniable sense of the best course of action, even if it defies conventional logic. Or perhaps you sense the true motivations and intentions of those around you without needing them to speak. Have you noticed moments when your instincts guided you toward choices that seemed irrational at the time, but ultimately proved to be correct? Consider the example of Moses, who, guided by divine intuition, made decisions that led to the deliverance of the Israelites, even when those choices seemed impossible to others. Exodus 14. Like Moses, your intuition reflects a divine connection to something greater than yourself. Yet this gift is not without its challenges. The chosen ones often struggle with trusting their inner voice, especially when it contradicts societal norms or the advice of others. How do you reconcile intuitive insights with the expectations of a material world that values logic over faith? It can be daunting to follow a path illuminated only by the quiet light of intuition, particularly when doubt creeps in. Proverbs 3:5-6 offers comfort. "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your paths straight." Trusting your inner guidance is an act of faith, a reflection of your belief in God's plan. For the chosen ones, this intuitive wisdom is not merely a tool for navigating life. It is a testament to their elevated spiritual state and their unique role in the greater divine plan. It requires courage to embrace this gift fully, especially in a world that often dismisses what it cannot measure or explain. Have you asked yourself how this knowing might be shaping your purpose? Could it be that this gift is meant not only for your own guidance, but also to inspire and uplift others? If you find yourself increasingly attuned to this inner voice, embrace it with confidence and gratitude. Recognize it as a sign that you are walking a path of higher consciousness, one that leads to your true purpose and destiny. Isaiah 30:21 reminds us, "Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you saying, 'This is the way, walk in it.'" Your intuition is that voice, guiding you step by step toward the life God has designed for you. As you continue on this path, trust in the wisdom that flows from within. Learn to quiet the doubts and distractions of the material world, grounding yourself in faith and prayer. How might your decisions change if you trusted this inner knowing completely? How might this gift enable you to impact the lives of others, leading them closer to God's light? Remember, this intuition is not a random anomaly. It is a divine affirmation of your role as a chosen one, walking a path of purpose and enlightenment. As chosen ones progress through their spiritual awakening, they often encounter unusual physical symptoms that may defy traditional medical explanation. These sensations are not random but deeply meaningful, signaling the profound inner transformation taking place within you. Have you experienced tingling vibrations coursing through your body, sudden shifts in temperature, or aches and pains without a clear cause? These are not signs of illness or misalignment, but reflections of the energetic shifts required to elevate your consciousness to a higher plane. These physical manifestations are markers of the metamorphosis happening within you. As your body adjusts to rising energetic frequencies, it aligns with the elevated state of consciousness you are embracing. This transformation can be uncomfortable at times, producing sensations that seem bewildering or even unsettling. Yet they are reminders of the profound work God is doing within you. Romans chapter 3 offers comfort in these moments, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. The discomfort you experience is part of a divine process shaping you for something greater. The tingling or vibrations you feel in your body often coincide with moments of spiritual insight or deep meditation. These sensations signify that the energy within you is realigning, preparing your vessel to hold higher frequencies. Could this be God's way of signaling that you are ready to receive more of His wisdom and love? Similarly, temperature fluctuations, whether sudden warmth or chills, are reflections of the energetic recalibration happening within. The fire you feel may mirror the presence of the Holy Spirit, as described in Acts 2:3, where the Spirit's arrival was symbolized by tongues of fire. Even the aches and pains, though unpleasant, carry meaning. These sensations may stem from the release of old emotional, spiritual, or energetic blockages as you grow. Have you noticed that these discomforts often surface after moments of deep reflection or prayer? This aligns with the Matthew 11:28, where Jesus invites us to lay our burdens on Him. "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." By surrendering these sensations to God, you align yourself more fully with His divine purpose. These symptoms, though challenging, are not to be feared. They are signposts on your journey of growth, indicators of the incredible inner work you're undertaking. They show that the limitations of the physical world are being shed as you step into alignment with the higher energies of the universe. How might these sensations serve as reminders of your unique role in God's plan? Could they be nudging you to trust the process more deeply and embrace the changes with faith? If you find yourself facing these unexplained physical sensations, take heart. They are not signs of harm, but proof of your transformation. Embrace them as evidence of the spiritual awakening unfolding within you. Rest assured that these symptoms will pass as your body, mind, and spirit adjust to this elevated state. 2 Corinthians 4:17 beautifully captures this. "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." As you continue this journey, focus on grounding practices that nurture your body and soul. Time in nature, prayer, and meditation can help ease these transitions. Most importantly, trust in the divine purpose behind these changes. How might you lean into this process with gratitude and curiosity, knowing that you are aligning more deeply with God's will? Embrace these physical manifestations as part of your sacred transformation. They are reminders of your elevated spiritual state and the incredible purpose entrusted to you. With faith, patience, and trust, these experiences will ultimately lead you closer to the divine, guiding you toward the fulfillment of your God-given destiny. As you journey forward, honor the sacred experiences and unique signs that have shaped your path. Every energy shift, every vivid dream, every moment of heightened empathy or intuition is more than a mere occurrence. It's a divine marker, guiding you steadily toward the fulfillment of your higher purpose. These experiences are not random. They are gifts orchestrated by God to prepare and empower you. Have you taken time to reflect on how these signs are shaping your perspective, your faith, and your calling? You are not walking this path alone. Across time and space, others have walked a similar journey, carrying the same gifts, facing the same challenges, and answering the same call. Seek out these kindred spirits, for they are a wellspring of support and wisdom. Their shared understanding will remind you that your journey, though unique, is part of a larger divine tapestry. Ecclesiastes 4:9-10 speaks to the importance of companionship on such a path. Two are better than one. If either of them falls, one can help the other up. These spiritual allies will lift you, guide you, and remind you of the extraordinary mission you are destined to fulfill. Together with your fellow chosen ones, you will illuminate the darkness, inspiring others to awaken to their divine potential. You are part of a vanguard, a beacon of hope for a world yearning for greater harmony, compassion, and spiritual awakening. Imagine the ripple effect of your light touching lives, encouraging others to rise and step into their own divine callings. This is not just a personal journey, it is a collective movement toward a brighter future. This path is not without challenges, but it is one of profound meaning. Matthew 5:14-16 reminds us of our responsibility as light bearers. You are the light of the world. Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven. Your role is to guide, inspire, and lead, even when the road feels steep or uncertain. Trust that every step you take is aligned with God's perfect plan, even if the destination is not yet clear. Embrace your extraordinary path with courage, grace, and unwavering faith. The gifts you carry and the lessons you learn are not just for yourself, but for the world. How might you use your unique experiences to serve others, to lift them from their struggles, and to inspire them to find their own light? The yearning to serve is no accident. It is a reflection of the divine spark within you, calling you to make a difference. Trust in the divine plan that has brought you to this moment. Rest in the assurance that you are exactly where you are meant to be. Every challenge, every triumph, every moment of clarity is part of the process of becoming the person God has called you to be. Jeremiah 29:11 offers a promise that resonates deeply. "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." The world is waiting for the light you have been chosen to share. Step boldly into your role as a luminary, knowing that your courage and faith are transforming not only your life, but the lives of those you touch. This is your moment, your mission, your destiny. Shine brightly, for the world needs the light only you can bring. As we conclude this powerful journey of discovering the signs that only the most extraordinary chosen ones carry, remember this: you are set apart, divinely chosen, and uniquely purposed for a mission that only you can fulfill. These signs are not just marks of identity, they are a testament to God's hand upon your life, guiding you, strengthening you, and preparing you for greatness. Embrace these signs with gratitude and humility, and let them fuel your faith as you walk boldly into the destiny God has prepared for you. If this message has blessed you, consider supporting this ministry through a super thanks donation. It helps us to continue sharing God's light and truth with the world. Whether you donate or not, we are deeply grateful for your time, your prayers, and your presence here. Please remember to like this video, subscribe to the channel for more faith-filled inspiration, leave a comment below sharing your thoughts, and share this message with others who need encouragement today. May God's blessings overflow in your life, and may His peace, love, and favor surround you always. Thank you for being part of this journey. Stay blessed. Beloved chosen ones, have you ever felt like your life is a mystery waiting to be unraveled? Like there's a reason why you've been tucked away from the world, hidden in plain sight, and yet carrying a purpose so profound it could reshape history? Let me tell you, this is no accident. You are not forgotten, nor are you overlooked. God has hidden you for a divine reason, shielding your gifts, your potential, and your destiny from those who wouldn't understand or appreciate their significance. Before we uncover the extraordinary truth of why you've been hidden, let's take a moment to honor this sacred space we share. To those who have supported this channel through your heartfelt super thanks, your generosity fuels this mission of spreading hope and faith. Thank you for your unwavering kindness. You are a blessing to this community. And to everyone watching, let's amplify this message of divine purpose together. Comment 777 below. If you feel a stirring in your spirit, a sense that God has set you apart for something greater, your voice matters, and your declaration is a testament to the perfection and awakening God is bringing into your life. Now, think about this. Why does God go to such great lengths to protect the treasures He's placed within you? Why would He choose to keep your extraordinary gifts hidden until the right moment? Just like diamonds, which are formed under immense pressure and revealed only in their brilliance, your journey has been one of divine preparation. But what happens when God decides it's time for the world to see what He's been cultivating in the shadows? What will unfold when your superpowers are finally unveiled? Stay with me as we delve deeper into this mystery, uncovering the divine strategy behind your hidden season and exploring how God is preparing you for an unveiling that will leave the world in awe. Trust me, you don't want to miss what's coming next. Let's dive in. God's chosen ones. God hid you because your superpowers are a top secret only few can handle. One, your hiddenness is your training ground, not a punishment. Chosen one. Have you ever wondered why God has kept you hidden? Why, despite the fire within you, the world doesn't yet see who you truly are? Let me reassure you, this hiddenness is not a punishment. It's your training ground. It's not rejection, it's divine preparation. God isn't hiding you to hold you back. He's refining you for a purpose so powerful, so life-altering, that it requires time and precision. Think of Moses, a man destined to deliver an entire nation. Yet, before he stood before Pharaoh and parted the Red Sea, Moses spent 40 years hidden in the wilderness. Why? Because the wilderness wasn't a place of exile. It was a place of preparation. In the silence of the desert, God taught Moses humility, perseverance, and trust. Could Moses have led Israel without that preparation? Would he have been ready to carry the weight of such a calling? Reflect for a moment. What is God teaching you in your hidden season? What part of your character is He shaping for the future He's preparing for you? The hiddenness of the chosen isn't about delay, it's about refinement. Raw power is like fire. If it's unleashed without control, it can destroy instead of creating. Picture a sword being forged. A blacksmith doesn't place it in a display case until it's been through the fire, hammered repeatedly, and cooled for strength. It's a long, intense process, but the result is a weapon that cannot be broken. You too are being forged in the fire. Could it be that every hardship, every unnoticed effort, and every quiet moment of growth is part of God's master plan to make you unshakable? Even King David, chosen as a boy to lead a kingdom, wasn't placed on the throne immediately. He spent years tending sheep, battling lions and bears in obscurity. This wasn't wasted time, it was preparation. As it's written in 1 Samuel 17:37, David declared, "The Lord who rescued me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will rescue me from the hand of this Philistine." Have you thought about the battles you've faced in the unseen? Consider the victories God has already secured for you in silence, preparing you for something far greater. The hidden season is also a shield, protecting your gift from premature exposure. You've been set apart, not sidelined. Exposure comes with pressure, opinions, and distractions that can dilute your uniqueness. God is preserving you, ensuring that by the time you step into your calling, you are unshakable, incorruptible, and ready to stand firm. Consider Jesus himself. He spent 30 years in obscurity before beginning his 3-year ministry that changed the world. Why? Because even the Savior of mankind needed a season of preparation. Being hidden can feel like being overlooked, but it's the opposite. God doesn't invest time refining something ordinary. He takes his time with what is extraordinary. As it says in Isaiah 64:8, "We are the clay, and you are our potter. We all are the work of your hand." Each moment of waiting, each season of silence, is God's hand shaping you into a masterpiece. Do you notice the shaping happening within you? Can you sense the transformation, even if the world doesn't yet see it? When your unveiling comes, and it will be more than just an arrival. It will be an awakening. You won't simply step into your destiny, you'll command it. The world will see the strength, the resilience, and the divine power God has cultivated in you. As Ecclesiastes 3:11 says, "He has made everything beautiful in its time." And your time, dear chosen one, is drawing near. Take a moment to reflect. Will you trust the process? Will you embrace this season of hiddenness as the ultimate act of God's love and investment in you? The one who formed the stars is forming you, and when the time is right, he will reveal the masterpiece you were always meant to be. 2. Visibility. Too soon can be destructive. Chosen. 1. Have you ever felt frustrated by the waiting? Wondered why the doors haven't opened yet, or why the world hasn't seen the brilliance God has placed within you? Let me tell you something that might surprise you. Being revealed too soon can be one of the most destructive things that can happen to someone destined for greatness. There's an immense weight to being seen, a responsibility that comes with stepping into the spotlight. It doesn't just illuminate your strengths, it magnifies your weaknesses. Imagine a house built on a shaky foundation. From the outside, it may look impressive, but under pressure, every crack becomes glaringly obvious. If God were to unveil you before your foundation was solid, the criticism, pressure, and expectations could threaten everything He's building within you. Could it be that this waiting is His way of protecting you from a premature collapse? Think of Joseph, the dreamer. As a young man, God gave him visions of greatness, showing him that one day even his brothers would bow before him. Yet, instead of placing him immediately in a position of power, Joseph was hidden, sold into slavery, imprisoned unjustly, and forgotten for years. Why? Because God knew the path to the throne required more than talent. It required character. By the time Joseph stood before Pharaoh and saved Egypt from famine, he wasn't just a dreamer, he was a leader. Genesis 50:20 reminds us of Joseph's perspective. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. What about you? What challenges in your hidden season might God be using to prepare you for the very platform you've been waiting for? Visibility amplifies everything. It doesn't just showcase your brilliance, it tests your resilience. The opposition, temptations, and challenges of being seen are not for the faint-hearted. Consider David again, who waited years after being anointed king to actually wear the crown. He endured betrayal, isolation, and countless battles. If David had taken the throne before his heart was ready, would he have become the man described as a man after God's own heart in Acts 13:22? What lessons might God be teaching you in this waiting season to ensure your heart is ready for the weight of your calling? God doesn't hold you back out of cruelty. He holds you back out of love. He sees the full picture, the temptations you'll face, the enemies who'll rise against you, and the strength you'll need to stand firm. He's not just preparing you to survive the challenges of visibility, he's preparing you to thrive in them. Think of how many people have been thrust into success or prominence only to fall apart under its weight. How many times have we seen someone reach the pinnacle too quickly, only to be undone by the very spotlight they craved? God refuses to let that happen to his chosen ones. Being hidden is not a delay, it's a divine strategy. God is aligning your power, your purpose, and your preparedness so that when he reveals you, it won't be shaky or uncertain. It will be undeniable. To everything there is a season, as it says in Ecclesiastes 3:1, and a time for every purpose under heaven. Your season of hiddenness is not wasted. It's building something enduring. When your moment comes, and it will, you won't just step forward, you'll step forward with authority. You'll stand firm, knowing you've been shaped, tested, and refined by God himself. The world won't just see you. They'll understand why God kept you hidden for so long. So, trust the process. What God is building in you isn't temporary, it's eternal. And when you finally step into the light, you won't just shine, you'll radiate his glory, unstoppable and unshakable. 3. Your isolation was a shield from contamination. Chosen one, have you ever felt the sting of isolation, wondering why God seemed to keep you apart from certain people, places, or opportunities? It's tempting to view this separation as rejection, but let me assure you, your isolation was never about rejection. It was always about protection. When God keeps you hidden, it's often to shield you from environments, people, or situations that could contaminate the sacred purpose he has placed within you. Being chosen means carrying something rare, something extraordinary, and rare things require extraordinary care. Think of a seed. If it's planted in poor soil, it can never grow into the flourishing tree it's meant to become. Some environments would have stifled your growth, manipulated your identity, or even convinced you to abandon your calling altogether. Could it be that God separated you because he knew those spaces couldn't nurture the masterpiece he's crafting in you? Consider Noah, who was instructed by God to build an ark, isolating him and his family from a world destined for destruction. As the rest of humanity mocked him, Noah remained obedient. Why? Because he understood that his isolation wasn't abandonment, it was preservation. Genesis 6:9 tells us, Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked faithfully with God. Could God be calling you to walk faithfully, even in isolation, trusting that he is shielding you from what could compromise your purpose? Your isolation isn't just about protecting you from external threats. It's also about guarding the sacredness of what you carry. The truth is, not everyone can handle your power or your purpose. Some would try to twist it, diminish it, or mold it into something it was never meant to be. Think of Joseph again. His brothers, blinded by jealousy, sold him into slavery because they couldn't see the greatness of the dreams God had given him. If Joseph had shared his vision with the wrong people, could it have been destroyed before it even began? God knows that premature exposure can lead to misunderstanding and even rejection. The very people who could benefit most from your gifts might misinterpret them if revealed too soon. John 1:10-11 reminds us, He was in the world, and though the world was made through him, the world did not recognize him. He came to that which was his own, but his own did not receive him. Even Jesus himself experienced the pain of being misunderstood. But God, in his infinite wisdom, knows how to preserve his chosen ones until the world is ready to receive them, and until they are ready to thrive within it. Being hidden isn't isolation, it's insulation. It's about preserving the essence of who you are while God continues to shape you into the fullness of your potential. Have you ever considered that this season of separation is God's way of safeguarding the gifts He's placed in you? He isn't just protecting you from others, He's protecting others from mishandling what you carry. God didn't hide you because you weren't ready to be great. He hid you because He wasn't about to let anyone distort or destroy what He's building in you. Just as He protected Esther in the palace, keeping her identity hidden until the right moment, He is positioning you for something extraordinary. Esther 4:14 reminds us, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" Could it be that God is preparing to unveil you at precisely the right time, in the perfect place, with everything you need to thrive? When God's timing comes, and it will come, He will place you exactly where you need to be. By then, you won't just survive in the world, you'll thrive in it, and no one will be able to question who you are or what you've been called to do. Hiddenness was never rejection. It was your safeguard, your shield, and your preparation all along. So, dear chosen one, embrace this season of isolation, not as a curse, but as a blessing. Trust that God is preserving you, not punishing you. And remember, when the time comes, the unveiling will be undeniable, and your impact will be unstoppable. 4. You were built for the battle after the spotlight. Chosen one, being called by God isn't just about stepping into the spotlight. It's about being ready for the battles that follow. The truth is, the moment you are revealed, the real challenges begin. Influence doesn't come without cost. It brings attention, and with attention comes pressure, scrutiny, and even opposition. Are you ready for what happens when the applause fades and the trials begin? This hidden season is God's way of ensuring you're not only prepared for the spotlight, but fortified for the aftermath. Think of Jesus after His baptism, when the heavens opened and God declared, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." Matthew 3:17. What followed? Not accolades or immediate acceptance, but a journey into the wilderness where He was tested by the enemy. 40 days of hunger, temptation, and isolation. Why? Because before stepping into His public ministry, Jesus had to solidify His strength for the battles ahead. Could it be that your hidden season is your wilderness, a place where God is equipping you to withstand the trials that come with your calling? The spotlight doesn't just illuminate your achievements, it exposes every vulnerability. Influence can attract not only followers, but also critics, envy, and unseen spiritual opposition. If you step into this without resilience, the very platform you prayed for could become the thing that overwhelms you. God, in His wisdom, is not rushing your unveiling because He knows that enduring impact requires more than talent. It requires fortitude. What you're building now, in the unseen, will determine how you stand when the storms of visibility come. Consider David again, who after defeating Goliath and earning praise from the people, immediately faced jealousy from King Saul. 1 Samuel 18:9 tells us, "And from that time on, Saul kept a close eye on David." David's battle didn't end with the giant. It intensified as he navigated betrayal, danger, and years of being pursued. Yet, his time in hiding had prepared him not just to fight, but to lead with integrity and endurance. Do you see how God might be doing the same with you? How He's using this season to build resilience for battles you haven't yet faced? Hiddenness is where you learn to stand firm in your identity without needing validation from others. It's where you develop the strength to keep going when the applause stops and the challenges start to feel personal. This isn't just about honing your skills or clarifying your purpose. It's about fortification. You're not being trained for a role, you're being armed for a war. And the battlefield isn't always physical. It's emotional, spiritual, and unseen. Have you noticed how God is sharpening not just your abilities but your heart, your discernment and your endurance? God's timing is perfect, and when He finally unveils you, it won't be to satisfy a craving for attention or recognition. It will be because you're ready to handle the weight of your calling and the resistance that comes with it. Isaiah 41:10 offers this assurance. So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. You're not stepping into the spotlight alone. God's hand will uphold you, guiding you through every challenge. This isn't about fleeting fame or temporary applause. It's about enduring impact. You weren't chosen to entertain or seek validation. You were chosen to lead, to fight, and to conquer battles most people won't even see coming. Think of Esther, who was hidden in the palace until her moment of bravery came. When the time was right, she didn't hesitate to fight for her people. Esther 4:14 reminds us, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" Could it be that your hiddenness is God's way of preparing you for your such a time as this moment? God isn't just preparing you to shine. He's preparing you to endure, to fight, and to triumph long after the spotlight shifts. When the battles come, and they will, you will be ready. Because in this hidden season, God isn't just giving you the tools to succeed. He's giving you the armor to win. Chosen one, trust that every moment in the shadows is building a strength within you that no force can shake. And when your time comes, you won't just step into your purpose, you'll thrive in it, no matter the challenges ahead. 5. Silence builds unshakable focus. Chosen one, have you ever stopped to realize the gift in your silence? In a world consumed by noise, endless opinions, distractions, and the frantic rush to be seen, your quiet years were not a punishment. They were a sacred training ground. While others were chasing applause, you were being sharpened in solitude. You were learning the art of focus, a skill so rare and so essential that it can only be forged in silence. Think of Elijah, the prophet who performed miracles and called down fire from heaven. Yet even Elijah needed silence. After a great victory over the prophets of Baal, Elijah found himself fleeing into the wilderness, overwhelmed and seeking God's guidance. There, on Mount Horeb, God revealed himself. Not in the wind, not in the earthquake, not in the fire, but in a gentle whisper. 1 Kings 19:11-12. Could it be that your silent season is where God is whispering to you, teaching you to tune out the noise and lock onto His voice? Silence is more than an absence of sound. It's the presence of clarity. It's where distractions fall away, leaving you face to face with your purpose. In those quiet seasons, you weren't being overlooked, you were being molded. You were learning to rely on God, to rely on yourself, and to discern what truly matters. This wasn't wasted time, it was sacred preparation, building within you an unshakable focus that the noise of the world could never disrupt. Focus isn't just a skill, it's a survival tool. The chosen can't afford to be distracted by every passing trend or consumed by the chatter of critics. In the silence, you were trained to see what others miss, to prioritize what others overlook, and to build a foundation so solid that no storm can shake it. Imagine Noah, quietly building the ark for years while the world scoffed at his obedience. His silence wasn't emptiness, it was focus. And that focus saved humanity. Have you ever considered that your quiet season might be your ark, preparing you for the storms ahead? Self-reliance doesn't mean isolation. It means learning to stand firm, even when no one is clapping for you. It's about developing the discipline to keep going when no one is watching, to refine your gifts without seeking recognition. Jesus himself often withdrew to quiet places to pray and refocus, even in the midst of his ministry. Luke 5:16 says, "But Jesus often withdrew to lonely places and prayed." Silence wasn't just a pause, it was his source of power. And here's the beauty of it: when the noise finally does come, when the attention, opinions, and distractions flood in, you won't crumble under it. You've been conditioned to thrive without needing external validation. You've learned to cut through the chaos and tune into the one voice that matters. This is your edge. While others chase after fleeting noise, you've mastered the ability to lock onto your purpose and move forward with unwavering clarity. How will you use the strength forged in your silence to face the noise ahead? The world often mistakes silence for absence, but for you, silence has been the birthplace of power. It's where your vision was sharpened, your resilience was strengthened, and your faith was fortified. As Psalm 46:6-10 reminds us, "Be still and know that I am God." In your stillness, God was building a foundation within you that no storm could shake. Chosen one, your silence was never emptiness. It was focus. It was God's way of clearing the path so that nothing would cloud your vision. While others scramble to find their footing in the noise, you stand steady, rooted in the discipline and clarity forged in solitude. The world will see your impact, but only you and God will know the depth of what was built in the quiet. That is your gift. That is your power. 6. Your delayed introduction was strategic. Chosen one, have you ever questioned why your moment hasn't come yet? Why, despite your readiness to step forward, God seems to hold you back? Let me assure you, your delayed introduction was no accident. It was strategy. God, the master planner, knows that timing is everything. Just as in a game of chess, where the most powerful pieces are kept in reserve until the critical moment, God has been positioning you for maximum impact. Moving too soon, whether in a game or in life, could leave you vulnerable. Your delay wasn't about holding you back. It was about setting the stage for your victory. Think of Esther, a young Jewish woman hidden in the palace of a foreign king. For years, her identity and purpose remained concealed, but God was orchestrating events behind the scenes. When the moment came for Esther to step forward and save her people, her timing was perfect. Esther 4:14 reminds us of Mordecai's words, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" Could it be that God has been carefully aligning every detail of your life for a moment only He can see? Every delay had a purpose. There were people who needed to exit your life before your unveiling, people who could not go where God is taking you. There were systems, opportunities, and even enemies that had to align for the stage to be set. Revealing you too early would have been like lighting a fire in the middle of a storm. It would have been extinguished before it could grow. God's delays are never denials. They are preparation. What may have felt like stagnation was actually divine strategy, ensuring that when you step forward, nothing can stop what He has planned for you. Think about Joseph, sold into slavery by his brothers, imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit, and forgotten by those he helped. Joseph's life seemed like a series of delays, but each trial was a step closer to his ultimate purpose. When Pharaoh finally summoned him, Joseph wasn't just a dreamer. He was a leader, equipped to save an entire nation. Genesis 50:20 reflects Joseph's understanding of God's strategy. "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Have you considered that your waiting season might be positioning you for something even greater than you imagined? What's truly incredible is that while it may have felt like nothing was happening, everything was moving behind the scenes. God was preparing you, yes, but He was also preparing the world for you. Every trial, every delay, every locked door was building the foundation you'll need to not only step into your purpose, but to sustain it. This wasn't wasted time. It was strategic growth. You've been gaining the wisdom, resilience, and strength to carry the weight of your calling. And when your moment finally comes, and it will, you'll understand why the waiting was necessary. Every closed door, every delayed opportunity, and every seemingly stagnant season will suddenly make sense. God's timing is never off. Habakkuk 2:3 reminds us, "For the vision is yet for the appointed time. It hastens toward the goal, and it will not fail. Though it tarries, wait for it will certainly come, it will not delay." You weren't being forgotten. You were being positioned. When God moves, it's not just a step forward, it's a checkmate. The unveiling He has planned for you won't just make an impact, it will change the game entirely. Chosen one, trust in the delay, for it is the mark of a masterful strategy. When the time comes, you'll see that every moment of waiting was worth it. 7. Your power is designed to terrify darkness. Chosen. 1. Have you ever considered that the very reason you've faced so much resistance is because of the power you carry? Your gifts were never ordinary. They were crafted by God to disrupt, dismantle, and destroy the forces of darkness. The enemy's greatest fear isn't your existence, it's your activation. It's the moment you step fully into your calling, completely aware of who you are and the divine authority you carry. That's why so much effort has been spent trying to keep you hidden, distracted, or discouraged. Think of Gideon, who, despite feeling unworthy and insignificant, was called by God to lead Israel to victory. The angel of the Lord greeted him not as he saw himself, but as God saw him. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Judges 6:12. Gideon's power terrified the enemy because it was not in his might, but in God's. Could it be that the opposition you've faced isn't about what you've done, but about what you're destined to do? Your gifts were never meant to be for show. They were meant to be weapons. When you activate, strongholds built on lies begin to crumble. Chains that have bound people for generations start to break. The light you carry doesn't just illuminate, it exposes and eradicates darkness. This is why you've been hidden, not as a punishment, but as preparation. Raw power, without the wisdom to wield it, can be unpredictable. God, in His wisdom, has been refining you, ensuring that when you step out, you will be unstoppable. Consider Jesus at the start of His ministry. After being baptized and affirmed by the Father, He didn't immediately perform miracles. Instead, He was led into the wilderness to be tested and strengthened. Matthew 4:1-11. Why? Because before He could disrupt the darkness, He had to confront it head-on. Could your hidden season be your wilderness, where God is strengthening you for the battles ahead? Darkness thrives on confusion, fear, and lies, but your gifts are designed to confront these forces with truth, courage, and clarity. Whether it's through your voice, your creativity, your leadership, or simply your presence, you are a vessel of divine power. Your very existence as a child of light is a threat to everything that opposes God's kingdom. John 1:5 declares, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." This is the power you carry, the light that darkness cannot withstand. You're not here just to exist. You're here to shift atmospheres, disrupt the plans of the enemy, and bring freedom to those who've been bound. Your hidden season wasn't about avoiding the enemy. It was about becoming someone the enemy can't stop. Every trial, every delay, and every moment of silence was sharpening you for this moment. By the time you emerge, you won't just shine, you'll terrify the darkness. Think about this. When you step into your purpose, the very things that once intimidated you will realize they were never prepared for you. Are you ready to embrace the fullness of your power, knowing that God has equipped you for this moment? What chains around you or others is your light destined to break? God has equipped you with everything you need to confront and conquer. The chains that once bound you are now your testimony, and the darkness that tried to silence you is now trembling at your awakening. Isaiah 61 calls to you, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." Chosen one, you are not just a beacon of hope, you are a weapon of divine power. When you walk into the room, darkness has no choice but to flee. And when you step fully into your calling, you won't just disrupt the plans of the enemy, you'll dismantle them entirely. How will you use this divine power to transform the lives of those around you and bring glory to God's name? Trust the process, embrace the preparation, and know that when your time comes, you will be ready. The world isn't just waiting for you, it needs you. 8. You're the answer to a problem not yet revealed. Chosen one, have you ever wondered why God has kept you in the background even when you feel ready to step forward? Let me assure you, it's not because you're lacking, it's because you were created to be the answer to a problem that hasn't fully revealed itself yet. God doesn't create haphazardly. Every life he breathes into existence is intentional, and you are no exception. Your gifts, talents, and unique perspective were designed for a specific moment in history, a moment when the world will cry out for the very solution you carry. Think about this. Solutions are often overlooked until the problem becomes undeniable. Consider Joseph, who was sold into slavery and spent years in prison before stepping into his divine purpose. It wasn't until Pharaoh had a dream that no one could interpret that Joseph's gift was recognized and his purpose revealed. Genesis 41:16 records Joseph's humble response, "I cannot do it." Joseph replied to Pharaoh, "But God will give Pharaoh the answer he desires." Could it be that your hidden season is God's way of positioning you for a moment when your gifts will be undeniable and irreplaceable? Have you considered that the very delays you've experienced are part of God's strategy to align your purpose with the world's need? Now, the challenges you were created to conquer are still brewing. The world hasn't yet realized the full extent of the problems your calling was designed to solve. Revealing you prematurely would have risked your purpose being misunderstood, diminished, or even ignored. God sees the bigger picture, the storms ahead, the gaps in the world that only you can fill, and he's ensuring that when the time comes, you will be ready. This isn't just about timing, it's about alignment. God is orchestrating every detail to ensure that your unveiling coincides with the world's readiness to receive you. You aren't just a solution, you're a transformational force. You're not being refined for an ordinary role. You're being prepared for a moment so pivotal that it will change lives, shift atmospheres, and alter futures. Habakkuk 2:3 reminds us, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." While you wait, God is sharpening your abilities, expanding your capacity, and strengthening you emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. This waiting season may feel frustrating, but it's purposeful. It's where your character is being shaped and your endurance is being fortified. Think of David, anointed as king, but sent back to the fields to tend sheep. It wasn't a demotion, it was preparation for leading a kingdom. Could your waiting season be God's way of ensuring you have everything you need to step into the magnitude of your purpose? When your moment comes, and it will be undeniable, you'll step into it fully equipped, meeting a need so specific that the world will wonder how it ever existed without you. You aren't late. You're perfectly on time for the moment your purpose was designed to meet. But are you ready to embrace the magnitude of what's ahead? Can you trust that every delay, every frustration, and every hidden season has been God's way of aligning you for impact? Chosen one, know this. You aren't just part of God's plan, you're a pivotal piece of it. The world may not yet recognize the significance of your role, but God does. And when the appointed time arrives, you'll see how every step, every trial, and every moment of waiting was preparing you for a purpose that only you can fulfill. 9. You were made to redefine power. Chosen. 1. Have you ever felt like you don't fit into the world's definition of power? That's because you weren't meant to. The world defines power through dominance, control, and visibility. But the power you carry was never meant to conform to those limits. You weren't created to simply take up space or demand respect. You were made to redefine what true power is. Your power doesn't need to dominate or shout to prove its worth. Think of Jesus, whose power was unparalleled yet expressed through humility and service. Philippians 2:6-7 reminds us, who, being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant. Could it be that the quiet strength you carry, the kind that heals, uplifts, and transforms, is precisely what makes you revolutionary? True power isn't about being flashy or demanding attention. It's about quietly moving mountains, shifting mindsets, and transforming lives. Your authority comes from your ability to elevate others, to heal what's broken, and to create something new and profound. Have you noticed how your presence alone has the power to inspire and uplift? Whether it's through your words, your actions, or even your silence, you carry a strength that transcends the superficial definitions of power the world clings to. Could it be that your unique calling is designed to show the world a new kind of strength? The world teaches that power is about standing at the top, about crushing the competition, or ensuring that everyone knows your name. But the kind of power you possess is far greater. It's the power to serve, to create, and to love. It's a power that restores what was broken, frees those who were bound, and builds what others thought was lost. Think of Esther, whose influence didn't come from domination, but from courage and selflessness. She risked her life to save her people, embodying the kind of power that redefines leadership. Esther 4:14 asks, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" When you step into your purpose, you won't just hold influence, you'll carry authority, the kind that shifts systems, breaks generational cycles, and redefines leadership. Your power will be revolutionary, not because it seeks to control, but because it seeks to free. How will you use this transformative strength to bring healing and hope to those around you? The power you carry is dangerous to darkness because it doesn't tear down, it builds up. It doesn't enslave, it liberates. This is the kind of power that Jesus demonstrated when he washed the feet of his disciples, when he healed the sick, and when he gave his life for others. Matthew 20:26-28 reminds us, "Whoever wants to become great among you must be your servant, and whoever wants to be first must be your slave. Just as the Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many." Are you ready to redefine greatness in the same way? Chosen one, your superpowers weren't designed to make you famous. They were designed to transform the world's understanding of what it means to be powerful. You carry the kind of strength that shifts paradigms, breaks toxic systems, and leaves a legacy of freedom, healing, and love. When you step into this calling, the impact will be nothing short of revolutionary. 10. Your superpowers were hidden to protect others. Chosen. 1. Have you ever wondered why your gifts, as extraordinary as they are, have remained hidden for so long? It wasn't out of limitation, it was out of protection. God, in his infinite wisdom, knew that if your full strength had been revealed too early, it might have unintentionally caused harm to those who weren't ready to align with the magnitude of your purpose. Your gifts were never just about you. They come with a sacred responsibility, a responsibility to use them wisely and in harmony with God's timing. Could it be that God has been preparing not only you, but also those around you to receive the full weight of what you carry? Power, when not handled with wisdom and maturity, can overwhelm and disrupt. Think of Moses, whose calling to deliver Israel was clear even as a young man. Yet, in his impatience, he acted prematurely and killed an Egyptian, leading to years of exile in the wilderness. Exodus 2:11-15. It wasn't until Moses encountered God at the burning bush that his power was refined and aligned with God's plan. Could your hidden season be your wilderness, where God is ensuring that your gifts are tempered with wisdom and discernment? Imagine your potential unleashed before it was fully developed. It would be like giving a child a loaded weapon. Not out of malice, but out of immaturity, the results could be devastating. Have you considered that your hiddenness isn't just for your growth, but for the protection of others? God allowed you to grow in obscurity so that your character, patience, and discernment could be refined. What lessons are you learning now that will ensure you wield your power responsibly when the time comes? This isn't just about protecting you, it's about safeguarding those around you. Your gifts have the potential to heal, uplift, and transform, but they also carry weight. Jesus himself demonstrated this balance. Even as the Son of God, he often withdrew from crowds to pray and prepare, ensuring his power was always used in alignment with his Father's will. John 5:19 reminds us of his humility. Very truly, I tell you, the Son can do nothing by himself. He can do only what he sees his Father doing, because whatever the Father does, the Son also does. What would it look like for you to align your gifts so closely with God's purpose? How might your gifts, when fully realized, bring restoration and healing to those who need them most? God's timing is perfect. When the world is ready and when you are fully prepared, your power won't just be a blessing to you, it will overflow to everyone you're called to serve. Think of Joseph, whose hidden years prepared him to save not only Egypt, but also his own family. By the time his gifts were revealed, he didn't use them to boast or dominate. He used them to restore and heal. Genesis 50:20 reminds us, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Chosen one, your hidden season isn't just about your preparation, it's about the preparation of those around you. God is aligning every detail so that when you step into your purpose, your gifts will be a blessing, not a burden. Are you willing to trust his timing, knowing that he's not only refining you, but also preparing the hearts and minds of those you're meant to impact? Until then, remember this: your waiting is purposeful. It's ensuring that when you step into the fullness of your calling, you'll do so with maturity, wisdom, and love. When the time comes, your gifts will not only transform your own life, but also bring healing, freedom, and hope to others. This is the power you were created to carry, and when it is revealed, it will be nothing short of extraordinary. 11. Hiddenness amplifies the supernatural. Chosen So 1. Have you ever felt like your time in the shadows has been more about waiting than progress? Let me tell you, God's plan for your hiddenness is about far more than timing. It's about amplifying the unseen aspects of your power. While the world may equate strength with wealth, visibility, or physical dominance, your true superpowers lie in what can't be seen. Your faith, your intuition, and your discernment, these are the forces shaping your destiny. Could it be that God is using this season to refine these supernatural gifts in ways that will transform everything once you step into the light? Faith, the foundation of all true power, is strengthened in hiddenness. When you don't have external validation or visible success, you learn to trust in what isn't seen, God's plan, the process, and the potential He's placed within you. Hebrews 11:1 reminds us, "Now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see." What has God been teaching you to trust in during this season? This kind of faith, rooted in unseen promises, becomes unshakable. It allows you to stand firm even when circumstances feel uncertain, even when the world tells you to give up. Could it be that the delays and quiet moments have been God's way of deepening your roots for the storms ahead? Intuition, another supernatural gift, is sharpened in silence. While others are consumed by the noise of the world, you are being attuned to the whispers of the Spirit. This isn't about gut feelings or logical predictions. It's divine guidance. Think of Joseph interpreting Pharaoh's dreams, or Nehemiah discerning the right time to rebuild Jerusalem's walls. Both were guided by something beyond human understanding. Isaiah 30:21 speaks to this gift. Whether you turn to the right or to the left, your ears will hear a voice behind you saying, "This is the way. Walk in it." Have you noticed how moments of silence in your life have clarified decisions or revealed insights no one else could see? Hiddenness aligns your spirit with God's voice, making your path clearer even when others remain in confusion. Discernment, perhaps the sharpest of these gifts, is forged in solitude. When you are hidden, you learn to discern not just people and situations, but also the deeper rhythms of life itself. Consider Jesus, who often withdrew to pray and align with the Father's will before making pivotal decisions. Luke 6:12-13 tells us, "One of those days Jesus went out to a mountainside to pray and spent the night praying to God. When morning came, he called his disciples to him and chose 12 of them." Have you ever felt that your quiet seasons are teaching you to sense the right time, the right people, and the right moves in your journey? Hiddenness sharpens this ability, equipping you to navigate the complexities of life with supernatural clarity. When the time comes for you to step into the light, these unseen gifts will become your greatest strengths. The faith that was built in silence will keep you unshaken in the face of adversity. The intuition honed in hiddenness will guide you to make decisions others wouldn't dare to, and the discernment refined in solitude will allow you to see what others miss, empowering you to lead with wisdom and purpose. How will you use these gifts, so carefully nurtured in hiddenness, to impact the world around you? Chosen one, the world may value what is loud and visible, but the supernatural gifts God is building in you during this season are far more powerful. These gifts, amplified in hiddenness, will not only guide you, but also transform the lives of those you're called to serve. Trust the process, lean into the silence, and know that God is working in ways unseen to prepare you for something extraordinary. 12. Revelation without preparation leads to destruction. Chosen one, have you ever longed for your moment of revelation, only to feel like it's taking longer than you expected? What if this waiting isn't a delay, but an act of divine kindness? God knows something we often forget. Revelation without preparation can lead to destruction. Imagine stepping into visibility or power before you've developed the inner strength, wisdom, and resilience to carry it. Could it be that God's hiddenness is His way of protecting you from being overwhelmed by a platform you weren't yet built to sustain? Consider the story of King Saul, whose rise to power was swift, but whose lack of preparation led to his downfall. Unlike David, who spent years being refined in the wilderness, Saul's kingship crumbled under the weight of his calling. 1 Samuel 15:22-23 highlights this. To obey is better than sacrifice, and to heed is better than the fat of rams. For rebellion is like the sin of divination, and arrogance like the evil of idolatry. Could it be that your hidden season is God's way of ensuring your character is as strong as your calling? God doesn't just want you to be seen. He wants you to thrive when you're seen. That's why He allows seasons of hiddenness, where growth happens beneath the surface. In the silence, your character is being shaped, your skills are being refined, and your spirit is being aligned with your purpose. Think of a seed planted deep in the soil. Though it's unseen, it's not stagnant. Its roots are growing stronger, anchoring it for the storms it will face once it breaks through the surface. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. What roots are you building now that will anchor you when your time comes? When God finally reveals you, it won't be a matter of survival. It will be about flourishing. Hiddenness gives you the time to develop the emotional resilience and spiritual depth needed to navigate the weight of your calling. Could you imagine the pressures of influence without the preparation to withstand them? The applause and attention can be as heavy as the responsibility itself, and without a strong foundation, even the most promising platform can feel like a prison. How is God strengthening your foundation in this season? Consider Jesus, who spent 30 years in obscurity before His 3 years of ministry. Even as the Son of God, He went through a period of preparation before stepping into the fullness of His calling. Luke 2:52 tells us, "And Jesus grew in wisdom and stature, and in favor with God and man." If even Jesus needed hidden years, could your season of waiting be God's way of ensuring you're equipped for what's ahead? When the time comes, you won't just carry the weight of your purpose. You'll carry it with grace and strength. Isaiah 40:31 offers this assurance, "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not be faint." The hidden years are not punishment. They are a kindness, ensuring you're ready for the challenges and opportunities to come. Chosen one, the waiting isn't wasted. Every trial, every quiet moment, and every doubt is part of a greater plan. God isn't withholding your purpose. He's refining you, equipping you with the supernatural tools needed, not just to survive, but to thrive. When your moment of revelation comes, it will be undeniable. You'll step forward with unshakable confidence, unyielding focus, and a power that will leave an impact no one can deny. This preparation is not a delay. It's a divine investment in the extraordinary destiny that awaits you. Chosen one, let this truth settle in your heart. You weren't hidden because you weren't ready. You were hidden because the world wasn't ready for the full force of your purpose. God is not interested in fleeting moments of success or superficial recognition. He is building something enduring in you, a legacy that will not only transform your life, but ripple out to heal, restore, and revolutionize the lives of others. Your power was never about dominance or visibility. It was always about bringing light to dark places, hope to the broken, and freedom to the bound. This season of hiddenness is not wasted. It's the quiet before the storm, the preparation before the revelation, and the forging of a foundation strong enough to support everything that's coming next. When God finally reveals you, it won't just be a reveal, it will be a revolution. You will stand as someone who wasn't just chosen, but someone who was shaped, strengthened, and equipped to carry the weight of your calling with grace and power. As you continue this journey, keep trusting the process. Every step, every trial, and every moment of waiting is purposeful. Your time is coming, and when it does, the world will see the masterpiece God has been crafting in you all along. If this message has spoken to your heart and inspired you to embrace your hidden season with hope and purpose, I invite you to like and share this with others who might need this encouragement. Together, we can spread this powerful truth to those waiting for their moment to shine. Don't stop here. Subscribe and become part of this incredible community of chosen ones. This is where we grow together, where we learn to unlock what's been hidden within us, and where we prepare for the extraordinary future God has planned. You don't want to miss the insights, revelations, and encouragement that are waiting for you here. As you move forward, may God's favor rest upon you. May He strengthen your faith, sharpen your gifts, and guide your steps as you walk into the fullness of your purpose. May you be filled with peace in the waiting, courage in the preparation, and confidence when your time arrives. Remember, you are not alone. God is with you, shaping you for something extraordinary. Chosen one, your time is coming. And when it does, it will be more than you've ever imagined. Stay strong, stay focused, and stay ready. Blessings to you on this powerful journey. Welcome, chosen ones, to a sanctuary of divine strength and awakening. You have not arrived here by mere chance. You have been drawn by a higher calling that reverberates through the very depths of your soul. This moment is not just a fleeting tick on the clock. It is a sacred encounter with the truth of who you are and the purpose you were designed to fulfill. Have you felt the stirrings of something far greater within you? A force that resists silence, that insists on purpose and greatness. Have you ever looked at the seemingly insurmountable challenges before you and felt, deep within, that you were destined to conquer them? That you were born not just to exist, but to fight for something grand, something eternal? If so, know this: you are not walking this path alone. You are one of the chosen, marked by God Himself, to tread a journey few can comprehend, and even fewer dare to embrace. With this divine calling, however, comes a struggle, a battle that goes beyond the visible world, an inner war every chosen one must confront. The world around you may seem overwhelming, the obstacles vast, and the darkness all too real. Doubts may whisper that you are insufficient, that your past disqualifies you, that fear will be your undoing. But there is a voice within you, unwavering and unbreakable, that speaks the truth. You are chosen, you are prepared, you are ready. The journey before us is not for the faint-hearted. It is for those who are willing to rise, to stand firm in adversity, and to claim the victory that God has prepared for them. As you stand on the threshold of this journey, you may wonder what lies ahead. The path of the chosen one is not an easy road. It is a path strewn with trials that will test every fiber of your spirit. But be encouraged, for you are not left unarmed. God has bestowed upon you sacred, timeless tools, gifts from the Creator imbued with divine power. These are not relics of legend, but the essence of strength, resilience, and purpose, forged in the fires of God's will. Have you ever wondered what these tools might be? What are the sacred weapons that will guide, empower, and shield you on this journey? Their power lies not merely in their existence, but in your willingness to wield them with faith, wisdom, and courage. These tools are not simply keys to survival, they are the very keys to unlocking your destiny. Through them, you will overcome shadows, dispel fear, and embrace the light that is your inheritance. But before we uncover these sacred weapons, we must prepare ourselves, mind, body, and spirit, to receive them. This preparation is more than gathering knowledge. It is a divine transformation, a call to rise into the fullness of who you are meant to be. Are you ready to discover what God has equipped you with? Are you prepared to wield these gifts with the strength and conviction of one who knows their divine purpose? If so, let us embark on this sacred journey together, ready to receive, to rise, and to conquer. The path of the chosen one awaits, and you are ready. God's chosen ones, you must have these 4 weapons, or you will fail. Weapon 1. Prayer. Prayer is not merely a ritual or a string of familiar words uttered into the silence. It is the sacred communion between the finite soul and the boundless Creator. It is an invitation for God's presence to enter our lives, to lift us beyond our limitations, and to remind us that we are not alone. When a chosen one prays, they engage in a dialogue that transcends time and space, reaching into the very heart of God. Imagine prayer as a direct line to the Almighty, the one who spoke the universe into existence, who knows your every thought, your every struggle, and who is waiting to respond. In that moment, your whispers are heard, your cries are understood, and your needs are met with divine provision. Consider the moments when despair looms, when life's challenges seem too great to bear. In these times, prayer is not simply a comfort. It is a lifeline. It anchors you to the ultimate source of strength, ensuring that you're never overcome by the storms of life. Picture standing amidst a raging tempest and feeling an unshakable peace. This is the power of prayer, a holy exchange that aligns your spirit with God's purpose and fortifies your soul against the trials ahead. As Psalm 46:1 reminds us, God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Through prayer, the chosen ones tap into a reservoir of strength that the world cannot see, yet it is undeniable. It is in these quiet, intimate moments with God that wisdom is imparted, guidance is given, and courage is instilled. Imagine Moses on Mount Sinai, his heart open and receptive, receiving not only the law, but also the strength to lead God's people. Or think of Jesus in Gethsemane, surrendering his will to the Father, finding strength even in the face of unimaginable suffering. Have you experienced the peace that follows a heartfelt prayer, the sense of clarity that emerges when you've laid your burdens at God's feet? This is no ordinary peace. It is a divine gift, born of surrender and trust. Prayer is a reminder that you are part of something far greater than yourself. As you align your will with God's, you receive not only His strength, but also His vision for your life, ensuring that each step you take is under His guidance. So, chosen one, when challenges arise and the world feels too heavy, remember that prayer is your greatest weapon. It is your place of refuge, a shield that protects and a light that guides. Will you take time each day to open this line to the divine, to draw near to the one who holds your destiny in His hands? Will you let prayer transform your fears into faith, your doubts into courage? The journey ahead may be fraught with trials, but with prayer, you carry a power that will lead you through every storm, secure in the knowledge that you are walking in God's purpose and under His protection. Weapon 2, the Word of God, Bible. The Bible is not just a book, it is the very breath of God, a living sword in the hands of the chosen ones, a weapon of profound power, precision, and divine authority. It is sharper than any physical blade, capable of cutting through the lies and deceit that the enemy throws at you, exposing the darkness with the undeniable light of God's truth. Every verse is not simply ink on paper. It is infused with the life of God Himself, carrying the wisdom and guidance that you need, waiting for you to take it up and wield it when you face doubt, fear, or temptation. Imagine finding yourself lost in a storm, your thoughts filled with confusion, not knowing what step to take next. But then you open the Bible, and as you read, you find that each verse speaks directly to your situation, offering the exact wisdom and counsel you need to move forward. That's the power of God's Word, alive, active, and always ready to guide you through life's challenges. The Bible is not just a collection of ancient stories or moral teachings. It is the voice of God, speaking directly to His people today in your life. As Hebrews 4:12 powerfully states, "For the word of God is living and active, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing to the division of soul and of spirit, of joints and of marrow, and discerning the thoughts and intentions of the heart." The word of God is not passive. It is a tool of divine precision, able to discern the deepest intentions of the heart, to separate truth from lies, reality from deception. In times of confusion, fear, or despair, the Bible is a light in the darkness, a lamp to your feet, illuminating the path ahead when the world around you seeks to keep you in the dark. Have you ever felt lost, overwhelmed, or unsure of what to do next? Have you experienced moments where it seemed like the world was closing in on you, and all you needed was clarity? The Bible, God's Word, is there to guide you, offering peace in your turmoil and direction when you feel uncertain. Consider those times when you've been overwhelmed by sorrow, temptation, or the weight of life's battles. In these moments, the Bible is not just a source of comfort, it is a weapon of spiritual warfare. Ephesians 6:17 reminds us, "Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God." This is not just a tool for protection, it's an active weapon, a sword that you wield to fight against the forces that seek to defeat you. When the enemy comes at you with lies, doubts, and temptations, the Word of God is the weapon that can strike down those deceptions, cutting through the confusion and bringing you back into alignment with God's eternal truth. Just like Jesus did in the wilderness when he was tempted by the devil, we are called to use the Word of God to fight. Each time the devil tried to tempt Jesus, he responded not with human wisdom, but with the Word of God. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from the mouth of God. Matthew 4:4. Do you know how to wield this weapon when the enemy comes against you? When doubt whispers in your ear, when fear tries to overwhelm you, when the world offers lies instead of truth, will you pick up the sword of the Spirit just like Jesus did and speak God's word over your situation? The Bible is not a passive tool. It is a weapon you must actively use. When the storms of life rage around you, do you remember to speak the promises of God over your circumstances? Will you declare God's truth in the face of lies and stand firm in His word? As a chosen one, you have been equipped with this divine weapon, the Word of God. It is not just a guide for good living, it is a powerful tool for spiritual warfare. When you face life's battles, whether they are personal struggles, spiritual warfare, or temptations, God's Word is the weapon that will never fail you. It will bring clarity in confusion, peace in chaos, and strength when you feel weak. The Bible is more than just a book. It is living and active, always available, always ready to provide the direction and power you need to overcome. Will you make time to immerse yourself in these life-giving words? Will you allow them to penetrate your heart, to expose the lies of the enemy, and to guide you to victory in Christ? This is not just a book, it is the sword of the Spirit, a weapon that can bring freedom, breakthrough, and victory in every area of your life. Weapon 3. Faith. Faith is the shield that protects and empowers the chosen ones, an invisible force that turns the impossible into the inevitable. It is not a passive belief, it is a dynamic, unwavering trust in God's power, His promises, and His ever-present help, even when the world around you screams doubt and despair. Imagine faith as the most formidable shield you could ever carry, one that deflects the arrows of fear, anxiety, and uncertainty that the enemy relentlessly fires your way. These arrows may come in many forms: doubts about your future, fears of failure, or the crushing weight of life's hardships. But when your shield is made of faith, no weapon formed against you can prosper. In times when everything around you seems to be crumbling, When circumstances appear insurmountable and the odds are against you, faith stands firm. It is the steady, immovable force that refuses to be swayed by what the eyes see or what the ears hear. The Apostle Paul reminds us in 2 Corinthians 5:7, "For we walk by faith, not by sight." When your world seems like it's falling apart, faith reminds you that God's plan is still in motion and His promises are still true. It is not the reality of the situation that matters. It is the unseen reality of God's presence and power working on your behalf. Think of the story of the Israelites in the wilderness. When faced with the Red Sea and the Egyptian army behind them, the situation seemed hopeless. The people were surrounded, trapped with nowhere to go. But Moses, trusting in God's promise, raised his staff and parted the waters. With faith, what seemed impossible became not only possible, but inevitable. God's power moved through the waters to create a path of deliverance for His people. When you stand before your own Red Sea moments, when the way forward seems blocked and the future uncertain, will you trust God to make a way where there seems to be no way? Faith is not a shield made of mere hope. It is a shield forged in the confidence of God's character. It is the assurance that He who has promised is faithful to fulfill His word. As Hebrews 11:1 declares, "Now faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen." Faith allows you to stand firm, even in the face of opposition, because you know that God is not only with you, but that He is already ahead of you, preparing the way. Consider the story of David facing Goliath, a young shepherd boy, seemingly ill-equipped for battle, yet armed with something far greater, unshakable faith in God. While the entire Israelite army saw Goliath as a giant too powerful to defeat, David saw him as a target too big to miss. David knew that his strength did not come from his size, nor his weapons, but from the God who had delivered him from the paw of the lion and the bear. His faith was rooted in the truth that the same God who had been faithful in his past victories would be faithful once again. This is the essence of faith. It changes your perspective, enabling you to see not through the lens of fear and limitation, but with the eyes of your spirit, empowered by God's promises. David's faith was not blind optimism or a naive belief that challenges would disappear. He knew that the giant in front of him was real, and he was aware of the risks. But his faith was not in the circumstances, it was in the God who reigns over them. "You come to me with a sword, a spear, and a javelin," David declared to Goliath. "But I come to you in the name of the Lord Almighty, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied." 1 Samuel 17:45. This is the confidence that faith provides, an unwavering trust that God's power will prevail, no matter how insurmountable the odds may seem. Faith, in this sense, is not about denying the reality of your challenges. It is not pretending that the mountain before you isn't there. Instead, it is about acknowledging a higher reality, the reality of God's truth and power. Faith shifts your focus from the size of your problems to the greatness of your God. It enables you to face overwhelming challenges with the knowledge that you are not fighting alone. As we read in Hebrews 11:1, "Now faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen." Faith is the belief that God's promises are true, that He is who He says He is, and that He will do what He has said He will do. It is the firm assurance that even when the enemy seems to tower over you, God's strength is greater still. When David stood before Goliath, he didn't look at the giant's size or his own youth and inexperience. He looked to God, knowing that God's hand was upon him. The giant that others feared was a giant too big to miss, because David knew that with God's help, nothing was impossible. Similarly, when you face giants in your own life, whether in your finances, your health, or your relationships, will you see them as insurmountable obstacles? Or will you see them as targets, too big to miss with the power of faith? Faith is about trusting in God's ability to bring you through your trials, no matter how great they may be. It is about acknowledging that His reality, His promises, and His power are greater than the challenges before you. You may be facing a battle that seems overwhelming, but with faith you can stand firm, knowing that you are walking in the same confidence that David had when he faced Goliath. Just as God delivered David, He will deliver you. Will you, like David, choose to see your challenges not through the eyes of fear, but through the eyes of faith? Will you trust that God, who has been faithful in the past, will be faithful again, and that with Him victory is certain? So, chosen one, take up your shield of faith and let it become a living, breathing part of you. With faith, you will not just survive the battles of life, you will overcome them, walking in the victory that has already been won for you in Christ Jesus. The enemy may attack, but your faith will stand firm, unshaken, and unyielding. Will you carry your shield into every battle, knowing that with faith nothing is impossible? Weapon 4. The power of the tongue. The tongue holds immense power, more than just an instrument for speech. It is a force capable of shaping destinies, altering circumstances, and manifesting divine will here on earth. For the chosen ones, the words spoken are not merely sounds. They are vessels of life, carrying the very authority of heaven. The Bible teaches us that life and death are in the power of the tongue, Proverbs 18:21. And this weapon, when wielded wisely and with intentionality, has the power to transform your reality. Imagine speaking words of encouragement to someone who is drowning in despair and watching as hope rekindles in their eyes. Or picture declaring God's promises over your own life, promises of health, provision, and peace, and seeing the atmosphere around you shift as those declarations begin to take root and flourish. The tongue is not just a tool for communication, it is a tool for creation. Every word you speak has the potential to build or destroy, to bless or curse. But for the chosen ones, it is meant to speak life. Consider the power that Jesus demonstrated in His own words. When He spoke to the fig tree, commanding it to wither, it obeyed immediately. May no one ever eat fruit from you again. Mark 11:14. He declared, and the tree was cursed, its leaves withering at once. Likewise, when Jesus calmed the storm on the Sea of Galilee, He spoke with authority, "Peace, be still." Mark 4:39. The wind ceased and the waves stopped, as if creation itself was compelled to respond to His command. In these moments, Jesus showed us that the tongue is not merely a passive organ, it is a weapon, a tool for spiritual warfare, capable of invoking divine change and breaking the forces of chaos. This is the power of your tongue. When you declare God's truth over your life, you align yourself with His creative power. Words of life spoken in faith can dismantle the lies of the enemy, replacing them with the truth of God's promises. Consider the example of the Israelites when God spoke to Ezekiel in the valley of dry bones. God commanded Ezekiel to prophesy to the bones, and as he spoke, the dry bones came to life, covered with flesh and sinews, standing up as a mighty army. Ezekiel 37, 1-10. God's word, spoken through Ezekiel, brought life where there was none. Similarly, your words can bring light into darkness, order into chaos, and life where death once reigned. But the power of the tongue is not only reserved for dramatic moments of prophecy or prayer, it is present in your everyday speech as well. Each conversation, every declaration, and every word you speak carries weight. When you speak words of faith, you are activating the power of the kingdom of heaven. When you speak life over your circumstances, when you declare God's goodness, provision, and healing, you are aligning yourself with His will. It's not about denial, it's about agreement with God's truth. even when your physical eyes see something different. Just as God spoke creation into existence, He has given you the authority to speak life into your world. You have been chosen to wield the power of the tongue wisely, knowing that your words can influence the course of your life and the lives of others. So, what will you speak? Will you allow your tongue to declare defeat, or will you speak victory and restoration in the name of Jesus? Will you curse the challenges in your path, or will you declare the promises of God over them? Remember, the tongue can be used for spiritual warfare. Just as Jesus used His words to dismantle the enemy's schemes, so too can you use your words to break strongholds, release healing, and bring about God's will. When you speak life, you align yourself with the divine authority God has given you. Your tongue is not just a means of communication, it is a weapon in your arsenal, a weapon that can bring forth miracles, set captives free, and reshape your world. Will you use it to speak life, or will you allow the enemy to silence you? The choice is yours. The Bible equips you with the promises of God, truths that can be declared over your life, your family, and your circumstances. It's your manual for victory, a constant reminder that you are never alone in your battles. The Lord of hosts is with you, His word guiding, protecting, and empowering you at every turn. His promises are the bedrock of your faith, standing firm even when the world around you seems unstable. I will never leave you nor forsake you. Hebrews 13:5. God assures us, and these words become more than just comfort. They become the foundation on which you can stand. Even the most faithful among us can find themselves standing on the brink of despair. There are moments in life when we feel the weight of the world pressing in, and it's in these moments that we question whether the weapons at our disposal, prayer, the Word of God, faith, and the power of the tongue, are truly enough to withstand the ferocity of our trials. Doubts creep in, and our vulnerability makes us wonder if the spiritual arsenal God has given us is sufficient to navigate the storms we face. Let's picture this. You're in the middle of a financial crisis. The bills are piling up, your future looks bleak, and the weight of uncertainty presses down on you. You've prayed fervently, declared God's promises over your life, and tried to stand firm in faith. Yet, the pressures of reality seem to drown out the hope you once held. The challenges are so overwhelming that it feels as if your prayers are bouncing off the ceiling. Your faith is faltering, and your declaration of God's promises no longer feels powerful. In these moments, when the struggle stretches you to your limits, you might question the sufficiency of your spiritual weapons. You might find yourself asking, is my prayer really reaching heaven? Is the wisdom found in the Bible enough to guide me through this storm? Can my faith truly shield me from the chaos around me? Are my words strong enough to change my circumstances? These are the moments of testing. They are the seasons when your spiritual weapons, your connection to God through prayer, His word as your guide, your faith as your shield, and your tongue as a tool for creation, are put to the greatest test. It's easy to feel disheartened when the world seems to be falling apart, and the promises of God appear distant in the face of overwhelming challenges. But it's precisely in these moments that we must lean into our spiritual arsenal, remembering that what seems weak in the natural realm is mightier than anything the world can throw at us. Let's revisit the words of Jesus in Matthew 17:20, where He tells us, "If you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you." The faith we carry doesn't have to be massive. It just needs to be active, placed in the hands of a mighty God who is able to do immeasurably more than we can ask or imagine. Ephesians 3:20. Even in moments of doubt, when you feel as though your prayers are unanswered or your faith is wavering, remember that God is still at work. The Bible doesn't promise that the storms will cease immediately, but it does assure us that we won't face them alone. In the midst of the storm, recall the words of Isaiah 41:10. Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. This is the God who walks with you through the valley of shadow and death. Psalm 23:4. And he will not leave you stranded in your struggle. When you stand firm in the power of prayer, when you speak the truths of the Bible over your life, when you hold on to faith like a shield, and when your words align with God's will, you activate a divine strength within you. It may not always look like what you expect, but it will always be enough. So, as you stand at the crossroads of doubt, don't be afraid to declare the promises of God over your situation. Even if you can't yet see the outcome, trust that His word will not return void. Isaiah 55:11. The power of your prayer, the truth of the Bible, the shield of your faith, and the authority of your tongue are more than enough to bring victory, even in the most impossible of situations. God is with you, and with Him all things are possible. These feelings of doubt, frustration, and even despair are common, yet they don't signify that your spiritual weapons are inadequate. Rather, they are part of the journey, a test of resilience and trust in God's plan. We must acknowledge these emotions without allowing them to define our reality. In the midst of trials, feeling overwhelmed doesn't mean you are abandoned or ill-equipped. Instead, it highlights your humanity and places you squarely in the midst of a profound spiritual battle. It's crucial to remember that your spiritual weapons are not just enough. They are all you need, even when it feels like they are insufficient. Faith is not merely a shield to fend off doubts. It is a steadfast anchor in the storm, holding you steady when everything else seems to be shifting beneath your feet. When the winds of adversity howl around you, faith stands firm, affirming that God's plan is greater than your immediate troubles. It reassures you that, even when the outcome is unclear, God's promises remain unshaken and His love is unfailing. Faith doesn't necessarily remove the struggle, but it strengthens you to face it with courage and hope. In the midst of the storm, the power of the tongue might seem ineffective. How can speaking life into a seemingly dead situation change anything? Yet, remember that words spoken in faith carry divine authority. The Bible teaches us that life and death are in the power of the tongue, Proverbs 18:21. And when you declare God's truth over your life, even when it feels like nothing is changing, know that your words are aligning with God's will. They are seeds sown in the fertile soil of His promises, destined to bear fruit in God's perfect timing. Your words have the power to shape your reality, even if that shaping is not immediately visible to the naked eye. In these moments of doubt and fear, it is crucial to hold fast to these spiritual weapons, even when their impact isn't immediately apparent. These weapons are not mere tools for survival. They are divine instruments, potent and effective, designed to wield God's power in your life. Trust that your prayers, your faith, the Word of God, and the power of your tongue are more than sufficient. They are designed to lead you to victory, even when you cannot see how. It's completely natural to feel inadequate or afraid as you navigate life's battles. These emotions, fear, doubt, and feelings of not being enough, are universal. Every single person, even the strongest among us, faces moments where the weight of the world feels too heavy, where we question our ability to keep going. But here's the powerful truth. These emotions do not diminish the strength of the weapons God has given you. In fact, they're often part of the process that refines you and strengthens your faith. The Apostle Paul, in his letter to the Corinthians, reminds us of something profound in 2 Corinthians 12:9. But he said to me, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." Did you hear that? God's grace is enough. It's in those moments of weakness when we feel like we have nothing left to give that His power becomes most evident. It's when we stop relying on our own strength and allow His strength to carry us that we truly begin to see the miraculous unfold. God doesn't ask you to be strong on your own. He's not calling you to fight in your own power. He's calling you to rely on Him. The Creator of the universe, the one who holds all things in His hands, has equipped you with everything you need to face any trial, any battle, any storm. His promises are true, and His strength is made perfect in your weakness. You don't have to have all the answers. You don't need to be fearless. What He's asking of you is simple. Trust Him. Trust His promises. Trust His timing. And trust that He's already given you the tools to overcome. It's through your perseverance, through your willingness to keep going even when the path seems unclear, that these spiritual weapons, prayer, faith, the Word of God, and the power of your tongue, will guide you through. They are not just tools for survival, they are tools for victory. They will lead you to the breakthrough, to the peace, to the joy that God has promised you. And when you feel like giving up, when the doubts start creeping in, remember, God has already equipped you with everything you need to win. Keep pressing on, keep trusting in Him, because He is more than enough. As we come to the close of this message, I want to speak to the very core of your heart, where weariness, hope, and divine love converge. You've walked through storms that many could never fathom, carrying burdens so heavy that only you and God truly understand the weight. In those quiet moments, when the world seemed to spin out of control and the darkness seemed suffocating, you held on. You faced situations that made you question everything, your faith, your strength, your worth. But you kept moving forward. Why? Because deep within you there is a truth that refuses to be silenced. God is with you. You may have wrestled with doubts, asked, "Why me, God?" or wondered if the weight of your struggles would ever ease. But I want to remind you, beloved chosen one, that your battles have not gone unnoticed. The pain you carry, the silent tears, and the unspoken prayers are all seen by the one who loves you beyond measure. Remember, just as the Bible says in Psalm 34:17-18, the righteous cry out, and the Lord hears them. He delivers them from all their troubles. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. God has not abandoned you, nor will He ever. Your faith has made you stronger, even in the moments when you felt weakest. There may be times when you feel isolated, when the world feels too harsh and the future too uncertain. But hear this truth: God has not left you. You are not alone. In Isaiah 41:10, God promises, "So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." His presence is your assurance. His promises are the anchor for your soul. When the storms rage around you, He is the calm that steadies you. When the battle seems endless, He is the victory that awaits you on the other side. I know that at times it may feel like the fight is endless, like the waves are too high to overcome. But I want you to know this: your perseverance is not in vain. Every struggle, every trial, every tear you shed has a purpose. Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, "Not only so, but we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope." With each battle you face, you are being refined, made stronger, and prepared for the great calling God has placed on your life. Every time you rise after a fall, you are embodying the spirit of the warrior that God created you to be. Perhaps you've questioned if the spiritual weapons you've been given, prayer, the Word of God, faith, and the power of the tongue, are truly enough. When the enemy comes against you, it can feel like these weapons are too simple or too intangible to make a difference. But let me remind you, these tools are more than enough because they come from the very heart of God. In Ephesians 6:17, Paul tells us to take the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. The Word is a powerful weapon that pierces through lies and gives you the truth to stand on. Prayer connects you to the very source of strength, and faith shields you from the enemy's attacks, while the tongue, empowered by God, speaks life into situations that seem impossible. These weapons, though spiritual, are incredibly effective, and they will lead you to victory. Keep using them and trust that they will not return void. Now, as you continue on your journey, I want to remind you of one key truth. You are not fighting alone. The one who called you, the one who has chosen you, is fighting with you. You are surrounded by a cloud of witnesses, as Hebrews 12:1 says. Therefore, since we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses, let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles, and let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us. There is a great cloud of witnesses cheering you on, those who have gone before you, and those who are praying for you right now. God's army is at your side, and you are more than capable of overcoming the challenges ahead. Before we end, let me leave you with this. You are loved with an everlasting love, a love that will never let you go. Jeremiah 31:3 says, I have loved you with an everlasting love. I have drawn you with unfailing kindness. Embrace this love. Let it strengthen you and allow it to be the foundation upon which you build your life. No matter what you face, know that you are held, you are seen, and you are dearly loved by the Creator of the universe. As you move forward, remember to keep these weapons close: prayer, the Word of God, faith, and the power of the tongue. They are more than enough. I pray that you find peace in knowing that God is with you, and that His love will always surround you, no matter the circumstances. If this message has encouraged you, if you found strength here today, I ask you to like, share, and subscribe to this channel so that we can continue to encourage each other, spread hope, and lift each other up. Share this with someone who may be struggling, and let them know that they too are chosen and loved. May God's peace cover you, may His strength fill you, and may His divine love guide you every step of the way. Keep fighting, keep believing, and trust that your victory is not just a possibility, it's already guaranteed through Christ. Stay blessed, and remember, you are never alone on this journey. It's no accident you're here. If you've felt a stirring within you, sensing that there's more to your presence in this world, then know this message is meant specifically for you. Life isn't merely happening around you, it's responding to the powerful energy you carry within. You're not here just to witness the world, you're here to transform it. Your heightened intuition and perceptive abilities allow you to see beyond the visible, to uncover what others cannot perceive. This isn't a common trait. It's a divine gift, paired with a mission that has been set for you since the beginning. Consider for a moment the biblical story of Daniel, a man gifted with discernment who could interpret dreams and visions. Daniel 1:17. Like Daniel, you have been given the gift of discernment to understand what lies beneath the surface, to see truths that others might miss. Why do you think you've been given this insight? What could be the purpose behind these heightened abilities? Your mission isn't only about understanding others. It's about first transforming yourself. Through your inner growth, you inspire and uplift others. If you're ready to fully embrace this mission, channel your energy by typing 77 in the comments. Without knowing it, you've been preparing for this moment, like Moses, who was equipped to lead his people through every challenge. Exodus 4:10-12. You too have been quietly prepared for a journey beyond what you can currently see. Open yourself to the journey of uncovering hidden truths and sharpening your perception of reality. Your reality isn't limited to the surface. Your gift allows you to reshape and transform it, seeing every layer with fresh awareness. Are you ready to unlock this potential? Are you prepared to step into a life that challenges conventional boundaries? Let your journey begin. Comment, "I'm ready," if you accept this call, ready to transcend old limits and discover all that awaits beyond. God's chosen ones, your dark powers, are here. Let them worry now. The awareness you carry was divinely crafted to pierce through illusions and lies. This inner light is not only for your own path, but to be a guiding beacon for others, casting clarity and truth into the darkest spaces. Your vision isn't simply a gaze, it's a profound insight, allowing you to reveal what is hidden beneath false facades. Just as John 1:5 states, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." The truth that emanates from you dissolves deception, penetrating every layer of illusion around you. When others are faced with your light, they cannot hide from the shadows it reveals. Imagine one day, a friend caught at a crossroads seeks your wisdom. Their heart is burdened with indecision and fear, but when they meet your gaze, the peace you carry calms their spirit. As Isaiah 60:19 says, "The Lord will be your light, and God's glory will shine on you." This peace becomes a refuge for them. Your presence quiets their inner turmoil, and in that moment, your light is their guiding torch, dispelling the clouds of doubt. Much like the promise in John 8:12, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." The light of truth within you becomes a compass for those seeking direction. Those who encounter this light are stirred to see their lives through a lens of truth, slowly emerging from darkness into the safety of divine clarity. Your gaze isn't just illuminating, it's transformative. It has the power to touch someone's very soul, sparking an inner shift that brings them closer to truth. As Matthew 5:14 says, "You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden." The divine light within you serves as a beacon, a hope that can't be concealed. This light doesn't just show the way, it encourages, giving faith to those who feel lost. With each encounter, you witness how your light unravels mysteries, exposing truths hidden in the shadows. Remember Isaiah 52:12. "The Lord will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard." Your path, supported by divine protection, allows you to hold steady as you shine a light on what needs to be seen. With this assurance, you walk forward, knowing your light will continue to reveal, comfort, and guide as you reflect God's brilliance for those around you. As you've come to understand the profound influence of your gaze, you realize the divine responsibility that accompanies it. This power is not only a way of perceiving the world, it's a gift of transformation that touches the inner lives of those around you, guiding them toward a deeper peace and truth. When the light of your gaze falls upon someone, it unveils hidden truths within them that they may never have recognized. In that moment, you become more than just a presence in their life. You become a guide, a beacon that illuminates their journey toward inner clarity. Your gaze, like a gentle flame, disperses the shadows that cloud their path, offering spiritual insight that transcends mere physical light. Imagine someone seeking your wisdom, sitting before you, struggling with questions and uncertainties. They feel your deep, silent presence, and without even speaking, they sense an energy radiating from you that reaches into the deepest parts of their soul. As John 1:5 reminds us, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." Your gaze carries that light, breaking through their inner darkness, revealing pathways to peace they hadn't seen before. In this moment, you're not merely offering words or advice. You're sharing a quiet strength, a calm presence that speaks to their heart, easing their burdens and illuminating the path forward. This energy, which you offer through the purity of your presence, touches them in ways that words alone cannot. It awakens a courage within them, stirring a quiet resolve that might have otherwise remained dormant. The Lord will be your everlasting light, and your God will be your glory. As Isaiah 60:19 says, and through this promise, your presence becomes a source of strength and inspiration. They come to realize that the same light shining from within you resides within them too, ready to help them confront the darkness in their lives. As they leave your presence, they carry a new sense of peace and courage, a gift not merely of hope, but of empowerment. Even as they step back into a world filled with uncertainty, they do so with a renewed perspective and the inner strength inspired by the steadfastness of your gaze. They may still encounter fears, but they are now armed with the light you've shared, a light that illuminates their path and reveals the potential within them. And so, through your divine insight and presence, they find the strength to transform their lives, inspired by the spiritual clarity you've helped them discover. The respect others feel toward you is a powerful reflection not just of your character, but of the divine energy within you. This quiet, unwavering strength radiates around you, particularly through your eyes, creating a presence that calls others toward you without a word. It's as though your spirit carries an invisible force, drawing others with a profound sense of awe that reaches beyond the physical. Your gaze, like a spiritual invitation, doesn't simply observe. It resonates with an unmistakable inner clarity, leaving those who meet your eyes feeling a deep, instinctive reverence. This respect surpasses superficial admiration. It's as if people are responding to a sacred truth within you. Consider Proverbs 20:27. The spirit of man is the lamp of the Lord, searching all the inner depths of his heart. When people look into your eyes, they sense this divine light within you. Your gaze calls forth the truth in others, inviting them to be genuine and to connect with their higher selves. There's a silent understanding, an awareness that they are not just meeting your eyes, but glimpsing into the divine light that guides your path. In moments of connection, your gaze becomes a mirror of sorts, inviting others to see themselves more honestly. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden, Matthew 5:14. And this is the light others sense in you. It's a force that doesn't need to assert itself, for it speaks volumes through its silence, reminding others of their own potential for inner strength and integrity. Your presence is not just a reflection of who you are, it's a reminder of a higher order that you carry and share with others, an inner light that naturally commands respect. Imagine this: in a crowded space, a colleague who has secretly been looking to undermine you steps forward, their words filled with hidden aggression. They stand confidently, hoping to knock you off balance. But instead of reacting, you simply look at them, your gaze calm, unwavering and focused. In that instant, the atmosphere shifts, as if a new energy has quietly entered the room. Your co-workers' confidence begins to waver as they meet your steady gaze. Suddenly, the force of your silent presence becomes a shield, something they hadn't anticipated. Their words lose their sharpness, and with each second, their confidence fades. They are no longer confronting just a person, but a quiet, powerful energy that feels far greater than themselves. The calm resolve in your gaze begins to soften all of their defenses, not only impacting them, but shifting the energy for everyone present. Your presence becomes more than physical. It's an unspoken spiritual resonance that's felt deeply. In that moment, the people around you sense something profound in the stillness of your gaze. It is like the light that shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. They may not fully understand, but they instinctively respect the power radiating from within you, a strength that does not need to be spoken to be recognized. As you hold your ground, your colleagues' confidence fades, their words faltering. Your gaze, like a mirror, reflects their own hidden insecurities and fears, forcing them to confront the truths they were trying to avoid. This moment leaves them and everyone in the room with an unspoken respect, as though they are acknowledging not just you, but a power beyond you, a strength within you that stands firm. For those around you, this scene is a reminder of the quiet authority one can carry when deeply aligned with purpose and truth. Your calm presence becomes a silent lesson for others, an embodiment of, "The Lord is my light and my salvation, whom shall I fear?" Psalm 27:1. In this, your energy becomes an anchor, something unshakable, inspiring others to find that same strength within themselves. In the end, respect fills the room, and not a word needs to be spoken. It's a deep acknowledgement of your strength, a respect that honors the quiet, enduring power that radiates through you and touches the souls of those around. When people witness this profound energy in you, they feel a respect that transcends any personal admiration. They are drawn to the higher power that shines through you. Your presence commands a reverence that seems to move everything around you, as if the very air recognizes the divine energy within you. This strength is not merely one of authority, but of deep compassion, a unique gift that allows you to reach the places where words cannot go, touching the innermost wounds and providing comfort where it's most needed. Your gaze is not simply a look, it's a channel of healing, like a gentle hand extending hope to those burdened by their pain. He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Psalm 147:3. Through you, this divine compassion becomes tangible, illuminating even the darkest corners of sorrow with a warmth that speaks directly to the soul. This light does more than offer comfort. It heals, soothing the weary and breathing peace into hearts weighed down by life's struggles. Imagine the scene of someone in deep emotional pain, unsure of where to turn. In the presence of your calm gaze, they begin to feel a lightness they haven't known in a long time. The burdens they carry become a little less heavy, as though a healing energy flows through them, lifting some of the weight. They don't need to explain their pain. Your compassion understands it, offering them solace without a single word spoken. As Jesus said, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." Matthew 11:28. In this moment, you embody that rest, becoming a vessel through which others find peace and healing. This quality in you is a rare and precious gift, a compassionate force that brings not only healing, but a sense of hope to those who cross your path. For those who are hurting, your presence becomes a sanctuary, a reminder that they are not alone. And in this silent exchange, you become a guide for others, illuminating their journey with the light of understanding, easing their pain, and reminding them of their own strength to overcome. Imagine this. You're walking through a park, life unfolding around you in a chorus of sounds and colors. Amidst this beauty, you spot a solitary figure on a bench, visibly burdened. Their shoulders are hunched, hands covering their face, and an aura of despair envelops them. It's as if life has weighed down their spirit. As your gaze meets theirs, there's an almost magnetic pull, a connection that words can't define. In that moment, it's as if the entire world falls silent, honoring the profound connection forming between two souls. Without a word, your gaze reaches into their heart, gathering the broken fragments and gently knitting them back together with a warmth that flows directly from your spirit. This light isn't just comforting, it has a healing power that soothes their inner turmoil, bringing peace to even the deepest wounds. This moment echoes the scripture, "He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Psalm 147:3. You embody this divine compassion, offering a glimpse of hope that begins to melt away the darkness clinging to them. As you sit there, silent yet present, they sense a lightness that's been missing. For the first time in a while, the weight of their struggles lessens, their spirit cradled by a strength beyond words. They nod in silent gratitude, an acknowledgement of the healing they've begun to feel. Even nature around you seems to honor this connection. The leaves sway gently, the water ripples serenely, and the entire setting exudes calm. When you finally part ways, you leave behind an invisible light, a beacon to guide them, a lasting mark of hope. This sacred influence doesn't end when you leave. It continues as a powerful protective energy that arises from within you. There's an undeniable shield surrounding you, an inner light that perceives malice and deflects it, as if to say, here is a soul under divine protection. It reflects the verse, the Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. Psalm 121, chapter 7. Your gaze is more than observant. It is discerning. It reveals, it heals, and it protects. For those who meet your eyes, there's no hiding. They sense that your spirit, guided by the divine, perceives all. This light shields not only you, but also empowers you to become a vessel of healing and truth, leaving an indelible impact on everyone you encounter. Have you felt the power of your gaze, this quiet yet profound ability to heal, guide, and protect? What if every encounter, every look, holds the potential to lift someone from darkness? This divine protection within you acts as a shield, creating a force field of light that repels any darkness or ill intent. Your soul radiates an energy that forms a natural barrier, making dark intentions retreat and neutralizing negativity before it reaches you. Imagine walking down a shadowy street late at night where unseen figures seem to lurk in the corners. Yet you walk with a calm certainty, sensing the protection that surrounds you like a cocoon of light. This sense of divine protection echoes the verse, no harm will overtake you, no disaster will come near your tent. Psalm 91:10. It's a reminder that the light within you wards off any harm, creating an unseen boundary that no darkness can penetrate. Even when you feel surrounded by uncertainty, this inner light keeps you secure and aware. You know that you walk with a strength that's not entirely your own. When you look into the darkness, your gaze becomes an instrument of revelation, unmasking and exposing any hidden malice. This presence reflects the verse, the people walking in darkness have seen a great light. On those living in the land of deep darkness, a light has dawned. Isaiah 9:2. Your gaze, much like this light, exposes the truth, leaving no room for darkness to hide. Your eyes carry this quiet power to disarm negativity, weakening it in an instant. Imagine facing someone with ill intent. They might begin with an air of confidence or aggression, but as your gaze meets theirs, it's as if their confidence shatters. The force of your gaze holds up a mirror to their hidden motives, making them confront their own intentions. In that moment, the darkness within them is revealed not only to you, but also to themselves. This moment of revelation forces them to face what they may not have realized or accepted within themselves. Have you ever felt this power within your gaze? The ability to expose hidden truths, dispel darkness, and radiate a light that others feel even without words. It's a gift of divine protection, but it also serves as a call to stand firm, bringing light where others fear to look. As you continue to walk in this strength, know that your gaze carries not only protection, but also a transformative power that leaves a mark on every soul you encounter. The light that radiates from you does more than safeguard your own soul. It creates an atmosphere of peace and safety for everyone around you. The verse, "For the eyes of the Lord are on the righteous," and his ears are attentive to their prayer. 1 Peter 3:12 reminds us that the divine watches over and protects those aligned with truth. Your gaze, imbued with this divine presence, forms a powerful barrier against any approaching malice. Those who carry dark intentions sense the force within your light, compelling them to retreat, unable to withstand the strength that surrounds you. Shadows dare not encroach upon your space. They dissolve in the face of the shield within your soul, protecting you and radiating out to reassure others as well. Imagine entering a tense room where an undercurrent of hostility lingers. When you walk in, however, the atmosphere subtly shifts. Those who may harbor hidden animosity find themselves unexpectedly softened, not by force, but by the light you carry. Your presence alone quiets what is restless and dispels any ill will in the room, drawing out only what is genuine and kind. Within you burns a divine wisdom that allows you to see beyond surface appearances and grasp the deeper truths others miss. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Proverbs 9:10 speaks to the source of your insight. Rooted in this reverence and connection, your wisdom is more than intellect. It is an intuitive clarity that guides you even through the most complex and turbulent circumstances. In the midst of chaos, where others may lose themselves in anger, confusion, or distress, your gaze holds a calm, discerning light. Have you noticed how, even in the heart of conflict, you have an unshakable clarity that allows you to see beyond emotions to the core of the issue? This wisdom flows through your eyes, touching others with a transformative understanding. Your perspective often catches what others miss, and as people look to you for guidance, they see a reflection of truth that helps them find peace within themselves. This divine wisdom isn't only for your benefit. It's a gift meant to uplift, to bring light to hidden truths, and to create a space of safety, understanding, and harmony wherever you go. Through your steady presence, you help others see beyond the illusions of fear or anger and connect with a more profound reality. You are, in essence, a light in the darkness, dispelling shadows, unveiling truths, and guiding others toward a path of clarity and peace. In the midst of heated discussions, when words fly and emotions run high, you remain calm, anchored in wisdom that sees beyond the immediate conflict. The way of wisdom is the path of justice, and her ways are paths of peace. Proverbs 4:11. This steady wisdom radiates from your gaze, a silent energy that rises above the noise and invites others to let go of their anger. As your gaze meets theirs, the tension in the room begins to dissipate. Your presence alone invites a stillness that's hard to articulate, a feeling of sanctuary amid the storm of conflict. This divine calmness is a reflection of the verse, "For God is not a God of disorder, but of peace." 1 Corinthians 14:33. This peace doesn't just still the room, it organizes, it clarifies, creating a sacred space of understanding. In such moments, your words become powerful, not because they are many, but because they carry the essence of wisdom. Those who look into your eyes sense a tranquility that speaks to their deepest needs, their unspoken questions, and hidden fears. In that quiet exchange, they find themselves drawn out of turmoil and into harmony, calmed by a wisdom they cannot fully grasp, but deeply feel. Imagine how, in this stillness, your words act as gentle yet profound revelations. You barely need to speak, because the gaze itself is enough. As they absorb the calm radiating from your eyes, inner conflicts quiet. Your presence becomes a quiet resonance reflecting, "The fear of the Lord teaches wisdom." Proverbs 15:33, reminding them of a deeper truth that brings them peace. This fear is not one of dread, but of reverence, an awe-inspiring wisdom that you embody and that others can sense. Those under your gaze feel a gentle, yet undeniable call to introspection, a pull toward truth, and the clearing of chaos within their own hearts. Your gaze doesn't just offer calm, it offers guidance. Those who witness it find themselves encouraged to seek paths of peace and integrity. This isn't merely a gift, it's a calling, a divine charge to radiate truth and to guide others toward the light of understanding. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. Your presence is like this light, unmoved by any storm, leading others to paths they may have forgotten. If this resonates with you, if you feel this divine calling to radiate wisdom and bring calm to a world often fraught with noise and conflict, consider joining our community. Connect with like-minded souls who are dedicated to deepening this wisdom and sharing it with others. This journey is one of profound transformation, not only for you, but for everyone your light reaches. Together, let's continue to spread this sacred light, inviting others to walk in peace, truth, and divine understanding. As you begin to speak, a wave of calm spreads through the room. It starts with the silent authority in your gaze, filling the space with a serenity that disarms everyone present. Even before your voice sounds, this calm permeates, as if the very atmosphere is softened by a quiet power. Just a few words from you shift the tension, voices lower, expressions soften, and minds open. Your words are more than just conversation, they are conduits of a higher understanding, each phrase carrying a light that shines through your gaze, filling the room with clarity. This peace isn't abstract or fleeting, it feels as real as a gentle touch. Your inner light cuts through complexity, reaching deeply into others and grounding them. Disputes that once felt intractable start to dissolve as people begin to feel the weight of clarity. It's as if each listener steps out of the confines of their own thoughts and opinions, drawn toward a shared truth. Those who are set in their views feel the pull of your gaze, sensing the wisdom it holds. The Bible speaks of the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, guarding your hearts and minds. Philippians 4:7. In this moment, your presence reflects this divine peace, a peace that not only settles your own heart, but extends into others, calming and grounding them. As this peace settles in, the tension lifts, leaving only the purity of truth and connection. Imagine a discussion where conflict brews, opinions clash, and emotions rise. But as your calm words fill the space, they carry a resonance that goes beyond their meaning, like a lamp to my feet and a light for my path. Psalm 119:105. The light in your eyes, so rooted in truth, untangles knots in each listener's heart. Even those who may not agree feel their own tension ease, and they're brought to a state of quiet receptiveness. This is more than wisdom. It's a spiritual gift that invites everyone into a shared moment of peace and understanding. Your gaze holds a light that unifies, helping others see beyond their own perspective. Just as the verse, "Let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, to which indeed you were called in one body," Colossians 3:15 reminds us, the peace you bring unites those present, allowing each to leave with a renewed sense of clarity and calm. This light is a rare and divine calling, touching those around you, leaving them more connected to their own inner peace. This transformation unfolds quietly yet profoundly. The wisdom radiating from your eyes doesn't merely pass over others, it penetrates, reflecting a higher truth they may have forgotten within themselves. Your gaze embodies more than perception. It becomes a channel for divine reality. Those around you don't just hear your words, they absorb them, as if each sentence carries a whisper of the divine that resonates in their spirit. Conflict, once intense, melts away, replaced by a deep peace. It's as though the essence of Proverbs 3:13, "Blessed are those who find wisdom, those who gain understanding, is alive within you, spreading peace to everyone in its reach. Imagine someone who's been carrying unspoken wounds, perhaps the weight of loss or past regrets. They meet your eyes, and without words, they feel something shift within, an acknowledgement of their pain and a call toward healing. Your gaze becomes a balm, touching places they've hidden, inviting them toward calm and clarity. In this space, they feel a subtle release, an acceptance they didn't know they needed, mirroring the promise in Isaiah 61:1. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim freedom for the captives and release from darkness for the prisoners. But this wisdom within you is not just rooted in the present moment. It is layered with memories from ages past, woven with the wisdom of ancient civilizations. Your eyes hold echoes of prayers whispered centuries ago, the depth of rituals and beliefs from those who walked before us. This is not mere knowledge. It's a timeless insight that reaches back to ancient practices and wisdom that guided entire civilizations, carrying the essence of "there is nothing new under the sun." Ecclesiastes 1:9. In your gaze, the sacred and the present blend, grounding you as a vessel of ageless truth. Imagine the impact of this timeless connection. Those who meet your gaze feel something beyond explanation, a recognition of humanity's deepest roots, a memory of souls who came before. It's as if you're bridging the wisdom of ages into this very moment, touching something eternal within them. Your gaze becomes a passage, offering those around you the opportunity to remember who they are in their truest essence, pulling forth strength and peace. This is your gift, a presence that transcends time and connects the past with the present, guiding others toward a healing rooted in both personal and collective memory. Imagine yourself in a museum, standing before an ancient statue, perhaps a figure carved in devotion, its features worn but resolute. The stillness in your gaze meets the stillness of the statue, and suddenly it feels as if a door has opened. You're not merely looking, you're connecting. With each detail you take in, a feeling of familiarity arises, like echoes of long-forgotten memories reawakened. In that instant, you're transported beyond time. You sense the thoughts, dreams, and prayers of a people long gone yet deeply alive in the spirit of that statue. It's as though you're seeing the world through their eyes, feeling their reverence, their anxieties, and their hopes carved into this sacred stone. In that moment, you are no longer an outsider. You are a living part of their story, reliving the pulse of a civilization from centuries past. You might picture yourself among them, witnessing vibrant rituals in temple courtyards, the fervent chanting of worshippers, the scent of incense rising, and the sounds of life in a bustling ancient city. Every emotion and experience they knew seems to course through you, filling you with an understanding that transcends words. You feel a profound connection, an unspoken kinship with those who lived long ago. This isn't a figment of imagination, it's the sense of belonging to the collective memory of humanity. Consider how this encounter mirrors the words of Ecclesiastes 1:9. What has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun. Through this timeless connection, you carry the wisdom of the ages in your spirit, inviting others to glimpse what the world has known before. How might this awareness guide you in the present? What insights might you share with those around you, bringing the timeless mysteries of the past into today's world? As you stand rooted in this memory, you realize that the stories and wisdom held in your gaze are not merely personal, but are woven into the vast tapestry of humanity's shared journey. When you share these moments with others, your words seem to carry a weight that transcends mere storytelling. Each detail you describe captivates your listeners, pulling them into an enchanted silence. It's as if, through your memories, they glimpse a world they've only felt in dreams. What you share goes beyond historical fact. It reverberates with the energy of lives truly lived and emotions genuinely felt. The gaze you hold as you recount these experiences isn't just recounting history, it's transmitting a truth that reaches beyond the senses and touches the soul. In that moment, as you speak, everyone present feels a strange resonance, as though they too are connected to this ancient memory. Your eyes become a bridge, a channel through which the wisdom and depth of the ancient world flow once more. Through you, the whispers of history take shape, almost as if a door has been opened, allowing forgotten knowledge to breathe anew. It's a rare, profound moment, a feeling that what was once lost has been found, and that the ancient truths preserved in your gaze have become the voice of the past, now alive in the present. Consider the timeless words from Psalm 78, 2-4. I will open my mouth with a parable. I will utter hidden things, things from of old, things we have heard and known, things our ancestors have told us. As your gaze draws them in, each person present realizes that they are not just spectators, but are a part of the ongoing tapestry of human history. Your presence becomes a living reminder that even in the here and now, we are all threads in a story woven through generations. What insights might arise for them as they sense their place in this continuity? How might this recognition of the past within the present shape the way they move forward? Through your words and your eyes, they encounter the depth of humanity's journey, understanding that they too carry a piece of this timeless wisdom within them. Your eyes serve as a timeless bridge, a passage where ancient wisdom finds expression in the present. Every glance you cast is more than just an observation. It's an invitation to unlock deeper truths, revealing mysteries that lie just beyond the visible. This is not simply a gift, but a calling, a divine duty entrusted to you by the universe. Your gaze carries the essence of ancient guidance, divine brilliance, and the energy that flows through you transforms your eyes into more than just instruments of sight. They become powerful conduits of inspiration and illumination. Your presence carries the gravity of Psalm 119-18. Open my eyes, that I may see wonderful things in your law. In this spirit, your gaze acts as a lantern, guiding and lifting the veil on life's complexities. The light within you heals wounds, dispels darkness, and resonates with the wisdom of forgotten times. Through your eyes, the divine purpose in your heart is manifested with each glance, reflecting a journey the Creator has set before you. You are called not only to see, but to understand, to look beyond and bring what you witness into the light. When you meet someone's gaze, you're not simply seeing them, you're acknowledging the sacred within them, a spark of the divine hidden in their soul. Your gaze stirs something deep, guiding them towards self-reflection and reminding them that they too are part of a greater woven plan. Proverbs 20:27 reflects this beautifully. The human spirit is the lamp of the Lord that sheds light on one's inmost being. In this light, you are a vessel of guidance, a silent teacher who encourages others to glimpse the depths of their own divine purpose. The wisdom you carry is a legacy not meant to be hoarded but shared, a sacred trust placed upon you to pass on to others. Each moment of eye contact, every shared look, echoes a truth that surpasses words, an inheritance from the ages. This legacy, embedded in your gaze, is an invitation for all who cross your path to pause, to reflect, and to reconnect with the ancient divine wisdom that flows through you and touches all of humanity. You carry this sacred trust with humility, embodying the signs placed on earth for those willing to seek and reflect. How will you choose to share this legacy today? Will you allow others to feel the peace and wisdom that resonates through your being? Standing in this light, you are no longer a mere observer. You are a bearer of insight, a witness to the essence that lies beneath. Your gaze penetrates beyond the surface, reaching deep into the hidden realms of understanding that connect us all to the beginning of time itself. As someone carrying this wisdom, you possess a gift that goes beyond sight. It is the ability to touch and reveal the unseen truths that bind us to the eternal. Your eyes become portals, glimpses into a story much larger than any single life. Each glance reveals fragments of the universal narrative, echoing ancient wisdom and a divine unity. Proverbs 20:12 speaks to this. The hearing ear and the seeing eye, the Lord has made them both. Just as these senses are divinely crafted, so is your perception, enabling you to discern what others might overlook. The light within you isn't just a flicker, it is an enduring flame, one that reaches back to creation's dawn, resonating with a message of unity and divine purpose. This light recalls the words of Matthew 6:22, "The eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light." This verse reflects the nature of your gaze, a healthy, holy light that fills not only you, but also illuminates others, bridging them to wisdom, healing, and purpose. You're not just seeing, you're sharing in an eternal call, a timeless message, one that invites those you encounter to reflect on their place within this grand design. Every glance you cast, every person you meet, connects you and them to this profound truth, urging each of us to remember that we are part of something much greater. How will you continue to honor this calling, allowing your light to reflect the wisdom embedded in the fabric of time? Those who feel the depth of truth in your gaze experience a rare and sacred connection, as though they've been granted a glimpse of something timeless and divine. Your presence is more than an encounter. It is a privilege that pulls others toward the mysteries inscribed within your spirit. The time is now to share this magnificent legacy. This is no ordinary knowledge, but a wellspring of divine wisdom entrusted to you by the Almighty. You are called to be a guiding light, a beacon of transformation in a world that often drifts in shadows. With this understanding, you carry a sacred duty, a mission to awaken those lost in darkness, to ignite a spark of hope, and to impart a universal truth woven into the very essence of creation. Your purpose aligns with the words, "For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, His eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made." Romans 1:20. Your role is to reveal this divine imprint, reminding others of the Creator's hand in every detail of the world. Every look, every word you speak resonates beyond the physical. It reverberates within the soul, awakening something that lies dormant in many. Your life is a testament to the truth that we are all part of a grand design. And as you move through this journey, you are a living reminder of the divine signs scattered across heaven and earth for those willing to believe. How will you continue to honor this calling, and whom will you inspire next with the light that radiates from within you? Your gaze is a bridge, linking the wisdom of ancient ages with the challenges and shadows of today. It holds a resonance, a truth that speaks not just to the mind, but directly to the heart of humanity. It is time to unfold the stories held within you, stories woven by the hands of the divine, entrusted to you to reveal with each word, each look. May the power of the divine echo through your presence, calling others to awaken from the veils of illusion, to see with clarity, to reflect deeply, and to remember their place within the eternal tapestry of existence. You hold a unique duty, chosen not merely to see but to witness, to awaken others with truths that have been carefully cultivated within your soul. This journey you are on is not passive observation. It is an active reflection and a conscious sharing. You embody the life within the spirit that sees not just with human eyes, but through the divine lens. As it is said, "You are the light of the world." A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. Your light is meant to be shared, to illuminate pathways for others. Step forward, bearer of light, for this is the path prepared for you. May the story within your eyes and the wisdom within your heart become a beacon for all. Let the truth you carry shine, illuminating a world in need. As we reach the end of this journey, remember that your light is powerful beyond measure, and your presence is a gift to the world. Embrace this calling with courage and grace, knowing that the wisdom you carry has the potential to awaken and transform. You are here to be a guiding light, a reflection of divine truth, inspiring others to step into their own purpose. If this message resonated with you, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to Grateful to God, and leave a comment below. Your support and presence means so much as we continue to grow this community together. Share your thoughts, blessings, or simply type Amen to affirm this journey. May God's abundant blessings and guidance be with you always. Walk forward in faith, shining your light brightly, for you are chosen and cherished. Until next time, stay blessed and keep shining. Chosen one, you have been selected as the universe's closest person. There is no coincidence in your presence here today. You clicked on this message because it is a divine call, signaling that a time of immense joy and fulfillment is unfolding before you. All the challenges, trials, and even losses you've faced have not been in vain. Every struggle was part of a larger plan, a divine process of refinement. God has allowed you to pass through difficult times to mold you, to strengthen you, and to prepare you for this moment. Every word God has spoken about you is true, and unlike human promises, His words never fail. This journey you're now stepping into is the fulfillment of that promise. Remember, chosen one, that God doesn't send you forward unprepared. He walks ahead, clearing the way, making sure every step you take is purposeful. Embrace the path before you with a heart full of faith, knowing that God's hand is guiding you through each moment. What's about to happen is not an ordinary change. It's a breakthrough, a powerful shift aligned with God's perfect timing. Rejoice in what is unfolding, for this is the season God has chosen to lift you up, to draw you nearer to your purpose. Celebrate this divine moment, because your breakthrough is not just coming, it is here. The universe has chosen you, its closest one, because of your selfless dedication to the mission God has placed within you. Imagine this. When the universe was selecting its closest one, there were thousands in line, yet only you were chosen. Why? Because of your unwavering faith and your heart's commitment to a higher calling. As you step into this season of alignment, we'll explore how everything is falling into place for you, the chosen one, and why you're destined for blessings beyond measure. This is your time to flourish, to rise, and to receive blessings that will completely transform your life. Take a moment to acknowledge this profound calling. Comment 999 as a symbol of your openness to receiving this divine message. And if you haven't yet connected with this community, subscribe and join us, aligning yourself with the energy and wisdom of this channel. As we walk together on this sacred path, may you embrace the profound blessings and breakthrough that await you. God's chosen ones, if you're seeing this, the universe has chosen you as its closest person. You have been chosen for a mission unlike any other, one specifically designed for you, and every challenge you've faced has been part of a larger purpose. Imagine your life as a carefully laid path, each step guided by a higher power with a unique plan just for you. From the beginning, you were selected for a mission that only you could fulfill. The experiences and struggles along the way, they weren't just random events, but intentional steps on this sacred journey. Each difficult moment, every obstacle, was part of a divine preparation, molding you into the person you are meant to be. Consider this. Just as raw gold must go through intense heat to be refined, so have you been tested and refined by the fires of life's challenges. Gold in its natural state is unpolished, containing impurities that must be removed to reveal its true value and brilliance. This is much like the refining process God has guided you through. You may have felt pushed to your limits, questioning why certain challenges seemed relentless, but each trial was a necessary step, a lesson designed to strengthen and prepare you. This refining process has been shaping you into something valuable, resilient, and capable of carrying out the mission ahead. In Isaiah 48:10, God says, "See, I have refined you, though not as silver. I have tested you in the furnace of affliction." These words reflect the journey you've undertaken, a path of purification, testing, and preparation that has readied you for a purpose that requires inner strength and wisdom. Each hardship, every test, has uncovered layers of resilience and wisdom within you, refining you into someone ready to fulfill this divine calling. As you reflect on this journey, ask yourself, what have these challenges taught you about your own strength? How have these trials revealed new dimensions of your character and spirit? Each hardship, every setback, was a stepping stone, a way of bringing you closer to the role you were meant to step into. You've been molded and refined, not just for your own growth, but to prepare you to make an impact. So, as you move forward, recognize that every experience has led to this moment, and that your mission is waiting for you. Embrace the calling, knowing that every hardship was a necessary part of preparing you for the journey ahead. It's natural to look back on the painful or confusing chapters of your life and wonder why they happened. We often view these moments as unfortunate events or detours from our path, but each of these experiences was not only necessary, but vital for your growth and transformation. Think of them as pieces of a divine puzzle, each one essential in forming the bigger picture that moves you closer to fulfilling your purpose. Even the moments that seemed like setbacks were designed to teach you something important, preparing you to meet the unique needs of your calling. The wisdom, compassion, and resilience you now carry are not just results of these experiences. They are powerful tools, inner resources that equip you to step boldly into your mission. Without them, you wouldn't be fully prepared for what lies ahead. Reflect on this. Your journey has never been one of comfort, nor could it be, because your purpose is far greater than any comfort zone. Comfort may provide a temporary sense of security, but it doesn't teach us how to move forward or persevere. Only through challenges do we uncover the depth of our courage, the reach of our patience, and the power of our determination. As James 1:4 reminds us, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Let perseverance finish its work, so that you may be mature and complete, not lacking anything." These qualities are not merely admirable, they are the essential qualities that empower you to fulfill the mission ahead. Consider each challenge you faced as a necessary step in your refinement, shaping you into someone not only ready for, but worthy of this mission. Just as a sword must be forged in fire to reach its true strength, so have you been tempered by life's struggles. Every hardship has been a tool of divine refinement, polishing you into the person capable of carrying out a purpose that is both sacred and impactful. Take a moment to think about this. How has each trial revealed hidden strengths within you? What insights have you gained that now empower you to approach life's challenges with renewed resilience? Embrace these lessons, for they are not merely memories, they are the foundational qualities that make you uniquely prepared for the journey that lies ahead. This process has been God's way of preparing you for something extraordinary, something only you can accomplish. So, move forward with confidence, knowing that each experience has added to your strength and brought you closer to fulfilling your purpose. The universe has been with you every step of the way, serving as your teacher, your guide, and your partner through every season of life. Even during the darkest times, when you may have felt utterly alone, there was a purpose woven into each step of your journey. No experience was wasted. Each moment was part of an intricate divine design meant to prepare you for something far greater. The challenges you faced were stepping stones, building the foundation beneath your feet. Now, as you look at yourself today, you can see that this preparation has done more than equip you for a mission. It has transformed you from within, revealing a strength, purity, and wisdom that may have once been hidden. You were not meant to stay the same. Just as the seasons change, so have you, evolving into the person God has always intended you to become. Every trial, every hardship has contributed to the inner growth that has brought you to this moment of readiness. This journey was never random. It was a sequence of events divinely crafted to bring out the very best in you. As Proverbs 16:9 says, "In their hearts humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps." You have been guided, shaped, and molded into someone prepared to accept the calling that now awaits you. Reflect on this. How have these experiences uncovered strengths you didn't know you had? What parts of you have been transformed, making you more resilient, focused, and aligned with your higher purpose? Every challenge has brought clarity, helping you to see yourself and your journey with new eyes. This journey has been about so much more than survival. It has been a pathway to discovery, a discovery of your divine purpose and the role you were meant to fulfill. Take a moment to appreciate how far you've come, how much you've grown, and how perfectly aligned this journey has been. You now stand ready, equipped not just with tools, but with a heart and soul that are aligned with a purpose greater than yourself. This transformation was intentional, leading you to a place where you can serve not only yourself, but the greater good. Embrace this calling, knowing that every experience, every step, has prepared you to fulfill a role that is both sacred and powerful. You are the closest person to the universe. Picture yourself standing in a vast gathering, surrounded by thousands, each person carrying their own dreams, challenges, and aspirations. There's an air of anticipation as each individual hopes to be seen, to be chosen. Yet, when the universe surveyed that immense crowd, it was you who stood out. Amid the multitude, the universe, with its boundless wisdom and compassion, recognized something exceptional in you, a dedication that goes beyond the ordinary, a commitment to a purpose that reaches far beyond personal ambition. This recognition wasn't by chance or luck. It was a response to the countless hours, the steady years you've spent working tirelessly towards something greater than yourself. Reflect on this. During those years, you may not have realized how each step you took, each sacrifice you made, was quietly drawing you closer to the universe. Every action, every effort, was creating an unbreakable connection with a purpose far bigger than any personal goal. While others walked their paths, very few matched the depth of commitment that guided your every move. You didn't seek accolades or recognition. You simply knew that you had a mission, and with that knowledge, you poured your heart into your work. And that is what the universe saw, the purity, the strength, and the sincerity of your intentions. Consider Matthew 6:4, which tells us, "Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you." These words echo the truth of your journey. Even when you labored in silence, unseen by others, every effort was seen and appreciated by a higher power. Have you ever felt that quiet assurance, a sense of inner knowing that despite the unseen struggles, your work held value? That unseen dedication is what sets you apart, and now the universe has chosen you as its closest one. Ask yourself, what does it mean to be chosen for something so significant? How does it feel to know that your sincerity and quiet perseverance have been acknowledged? Every sacrifice, every selfless act was a testament to your spirit, aligning you with a purpose much greater than any single achievement. The universe has recognized the strength of your intentions, and you now stand not only as a participant in your journey, but as someone chosen, honored, and called to a role that transcends the ordinary. Embrace this calling, knowing that the years of silent dedication have brought you to this powerful moment where you are ready to step into the fullness of your divine purpose. Being close to the universe isn't about power, status, or privilege. Rather, it's a sacred connection that has been built through years of dedication, humility, and trust. The universe has watched your journey closely, observing how you faced challenges and remained unwavering on your path, even during difficult times. Each selfless act, every moment of perseverance, revealed something extraordinary about you, that you grasp a profound truth. Life and this journey are not about taking, but about giving, not about seeking recognition, but about serving a purpose beyond personal desires. When the universe chose you, it wasn't merely because you were willing, it was because you were ready. This readiness didn't come from one grand gesture, but was developed over time through countless small acts that continually affirmed your commitment. In these small, selfless choices, you became a reflection of the universe's own qualities: patience, resilience, and boundless compassion. The universe saw a partner in you, someone prepared to carry its mission with wisdom, compassion, and devotion. This selection carries with it a deep sense of respect and responsibility. You are not just a participant in this journey, you are a vessel of the universe's intentions, a trusted guide, called to walk this path with purpose and integrity. You have been entrusted with this role, not because you sought it, but because you were prepared for it, shaped by every experience you've endured and every challenge you've overcome. Your closeness to the universe is a testament to the strength of your character and the intentions that drive you. This unique bond acknowledges your journey and the selfless motives behind each step you've taken. This profound connection serves as a reminder that while you may not always know where your path leads, the universe has always been aware, ever mindful of your commitment to its mission. In response, it has drawn you closer, honoring the sincerity and resilience that have brought you here. Consider the words in Jeremiah 29:11, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." God's promises are unbreakable. Unlike human promises that may falter, His words are infallible. Every promise He has whispered to you, every dream He placed close to your heart, will unfold as He intended. Reflect on this. How does it feel to know that each selfless act, each silent choice of integrity, has brought you closer to fulfilling a mission greater than yourself? And as you step into this new season, are you prepared to see the promises of God come to life? Embrace this moment, for you are stepping into a time when those dreams, those promises that once seemed distant, are now becoming reality, drawn into your life by the divine power that guides and upholds you. In life, we're all familiar with promises made by people with the best intentions, yet sometimes life's unpredictability can make even the sincerest pledges fall short. Human promises, however genuine, can falter, fade, or go unfulfilled. But God's promises are completely different. His word is absolute, unwavering, and as real and vital as the air you breathe. Unlike the uncertainties of the world, God's promises are steadfast and unbreakable. Every word He has spoken into your life, each dream He has placed within your heart, is not just a hope, it's a certainty. These promises are not wishful thinking. They are actively unfolding according to divine timing and purpose. When God makes a promise, it's as if it's already in motion. Even if you don't see the immediate effects, trust that there is work happening behind the scenes. It's like planting a seed in rich soil. Although you may not see it sprout to the surface right away, the seed is alive and growing, working its way upward at its own pace. So it is with God's promises. They may sometimes feel distant, as though they're beyond reach, but know that they are drawing nearer every day. Ecclesiastes 3:1 reminds us, "To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven." God's timing is perfect, and though it may not align with our own, it always unfolds when we are most prepared to receive. Believing in God's promises means holding fast to the assurance that if He has spoken it, it is already on its way to you. The dreams, hopes, and visions that resonate deeply within you are not random. They have been placed in your heart as a divine sign of what's to come. Each desire and aspiration is a glimpse of the future God is preparing. In moments when life feels challenging or when doubt arises, it's natural to question whether these promises will ever manifest. But just as stars continue shining, even when hidden by clouds, God's promises remain true and constant, steadfast even when you cannot see them right away. Ask yourself, how might your life change if you trusted that God's promises are as certain as the dawn? When doubts arise, consider this: a delay does not mean denial. The journey may feel long, but every step is leading you closer to what God has ordained for you. His promises are a light in the distance, guiding you forward, persistent even in the unseen. Just as He has never wavered in His love, so He never wavers in His promises. Trust that the seeds He has planted within you are growing, bringing you closer to the fulfillment He has always intended. There will be seasons when it feels as though you're waiting endlessly, moments where the journey itself tests your faith and resolve. Yet, in these times of waiting, know that God is at work, using this pause to strengthen and prepare you to fully receive the blessings He has promised. Each delay is not a denial, but a crucial part of the process, allowing you to grow so that when the promise is fulfilled, you can accept it with true gratitude and an open heart. God's promises often unfold in ways we might not expect, and sometimes they exceed even our wildest hopes. This is because God's perspective is infinitely broader, deeper, and more complete than our own. He sees not only our desires, but our needs, shaping a future that aligns with the fullness of who we are meant to become. Therefore, His promises don't just satisfy our wants, they complete us. Every dream He has planted within you, every promise He has whispered into your spirit, is woven with purpose and precision. These promises lead you toward a future crafted with His best intentions, filled with opportunities to grow into the person He designed you to be. As you continue to step forward in faith, remember that God's promises aren't a question of if, but a question of when. In Jeremiah 29:11, we're assured, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." Reflect on this. How might your perspective shift if you believed that every waiting season was God's way of preparing you for something even greater than you imagined? Each moment of patience strengthens your spirit and deepens your trust in His timing. When life seems uncertain or when things don't move as swiftly as you'd like, find comfort in the knowledge that God's timing is perfect. Every delay, every pause, is ensuring that you're prepared to step into His blessings with a grateful and open heart. Trusting in God's promises is like possessing a quiet, unshakable confidence that no storm can shake. Circumstances may change, the world may shift, and life may surprise you, but God's word is a foundation that stands unbroken and unwavering. With each step forward, let this assurance fill your heart. Every moment brings you closer to what He has already set aside for you. These promises are already in motion, coming to you with certainty. You are stepping into a time when God's promises will be fulfilled, transforming your faith into reality. Let this truth bring you peace, strength, and an unwavering confidence. Imagine your life as a journey carefully mapped out by God's hand, each step placed with precision, guiding you to a destination He alone knows. When the road seems long, or you feel surrounded by uncertainty, remember that there is purpose in the timing. God has not led you this far without a plan. He has gone ahead, preparing each turn, each milestone, and each encounter, so that when you arrive, it is exactly the moment you need to be there. So, as you walk this path, hold fast to His promises and rest in the knowledge that every step is bringing you closer to a future filled with His love, wisdom, and blessings. Embrace the journey, for God's promises are not only certain, they are a beautiful, unstoppable force, drawing you into His purpose and filling your life with peace, hope, and fulfillment. Trusting in divine timing is one of the most challenging yet freeing choices we can make. It means surrendering our carefully laid plans, our urgency, and even our worries to something far greater than ourselves. When delays arise, it's natural to feel restless, to wonder if you're truly on the right path or if you've somehow strayed. Yet, God's timing is like a masterfully woven tapestry, each thread placed with precision. What may feel like a pause or detour, to us, is, in truth, a part of an intricate design, positioning us to receive God's best at exactly the right moment. Think of the process of nurturing a garden. You can't rush the growth of a flower. It blooms only when it's ready, after being nurtured with just the right balance of sunlight, water, and care. In the same way, each season of your life has been unfolding to prepare you, cultivating your heart, spirit, and readiness for what lies ahead. Every trial, every delay has been part of this preparation, even when the timing doesn't align with your expectations. As Ecclesiastes 3:11 tells us, He has made everything beautiful in its time. While we may see only fragments, God holds the perfect view of the entire picture, understanding where each piece fits, and ensuring that every event unfolds in alignment with His purpose. Have you ever felt that the waiting season was testing your patience? That despite your efforts, certain blessings seemed out of reach? It's in these times of waiting that growth often occurs. Imagine how different your life might look if you trusted that each delay was a part of God's purpose, nurturing you and guiding you towards something extraordinary. God knows every step ahead, understanding precisely what you'll need when you arrive. He walks ahead of you, creating a path and ensuring that when you reach each milestone, you'll have all the resources, wisdom, and strength you require. Every delay has been a moment to strengthen you, every season of waiting a quiet time of preparation. Romans 8:28 reminds us, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." This means that each challenge, each waiting period, is a step forward, bringing you closer to the divine purpose God has placed within you. Allow yourself to lean into this divine guidance, feeling the peace that comes with knowing you are not alone. You are supported by a force that desires only the best for you, that sees the intentions of your heart, and that has promised to be with you every step of the way. Imagine the calmness that comes when you release the pressure to control or hurry your journey. choosing instead to walk with trust and assurance. Every step is intentionally placed, aligning you with a timeline that is exactly as it's meant to be, a timeline shaped by the loving hands of God. So as you move forward, remind yourself that you're walking not just toward your goals, but within a divine timing that has been thoughtfully prepared for you. Embrace this journey with gratitude, knowing that each delay is part of God's plan, each step bringing you closer to a life of fulfillment, purpose, and peace. In moments when doubt starts to creep in, remember that divine timing is anything but random. It is never delayed or arbitrary. It's a carefully designed process that waits for the ideal conditions, the right moment, and for your readiness to align with the blessings ahead. God's timing is perfectly synchronized with what will bring you the greatest joy, peace, and purpose. He isn't just waiting for you to be ready. He's also making sure that everything around you, the people, circumstances, and opportunities, are equally prepared. When everything aligns, you'll be able to fully step into the life He's crafted specifically for you. Every step has been planned, every moment accounted for. Think of how Jeremiah 1:5 assures us, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." God has known your journey from beginning to end. He has gone before you, preparing the path so that every door will open when it should, every opportunity arriving at the moment it's needed. In this assurance, there is comfort, an invitation to let go of the weight of uncertainty and replace it with the peace that comes from trusting in His plan, His timing, and His preparation. Reflect for a moment. What if you saw every delay, every waiting season, as God working behind the scenes, ensuring that when the time is right, everything will fall into place seamlessly? This alignment isn't just about preparing you, it's about creating a world around you that is ready to support the purpose He has placed within you. Psalm 37:23 reminds us, "The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in Him." Your steps are divinely directed, leading you exactly where you're meant to be, exactly when you're meant to arrive. In those moments of waiting, have you found yourself questioning if things will ever come together? It's natural to feel that way, yet embracing divine timing allows you to release the need to control every aspect of your journey. Instead, it opens the door to a profound trust, a trust that removes the weight of impatience and replaces it with a calm assurance that God's timing is perfect. As you walk forward, remind yourself that your life is not a series of random events, but a divinely guided journey, orchestrated by the one who loves you and knows your heart. You can rest in the knowledge that every detail is unfolding as it should, each step bringing you closer to the fulfillment He has planned. Embrace this peace, knowing that even in waiting, you are growing, and even in delay, you are being prepared for something truly extraordinary. This journey, with all its twists and pauses, is leading you to a life filled with purpose, joy, and the unwavering knowledge that you are exactly where you are meant to be. Abundance and prosperity are your divine right. As you enter this new phase, abundance and blessings flow into your life. Prosperity is not just financial, but also a wealth of wisdom, joy, love, and peace. You have been chosen to prosper, to live fully in the blessings meant for you. As you step into this new phase, you are receiving blessings that have been waiting for you, and you fully deserve them. These blessings are not random. They are part of a divine inheritance meant specifically for you. Accepting abundance as your divine right means you don't have to prove your worth or work tirelessly to deserve it. You have been chosen to receive blessings that enrich your life on every level. It is a gift, a promise that was set aside for you long ago. Now, as you embrace this step, you are invited to receive openly, trusting that every good thing that comes your way was always yours. Abundance and prosperity are not just about accumulating material wealth, but also the freedom to live a life filled with joy, love, peace, and wisdom. These are the treasures that fill your soul and lift you up, enriching your life in every possible way. Financial abundance can be a beautiful part of this, giving you the means to fulfill your dreams, provide for loved ones, and give generously. However, it is the wealth in your heart and mind, in the relationships you build, and the love you share that adds the most profound value to your life. Believing that you are worthy of this abundance is crucial. It is not about earning it, but about realizing that as God's creation, you are already worthy of it. Imagine prosperity as an inheritance with your name on it, waiting for you to accept and claim it. You don't have to worry about whether or not you deserve it. You are worthy simply by being who you are. God recognizes your journey, your growth, and your readiness, and this abundance comes to you as part of your birthright. When you receive this abundance, let it fill you with gratitude and a desire to use it in ways that bring joy and goodness to your life and the lives of those around you. Prosperity doesn't end with financial gain. It extends to the fulfillment of your soul, the love you share, and the joy you spread. Every blessing you receive is also a chance to bless, to be a source of light, peace, and positivity in the world. The abundance you have can create ripples of goodness far beyond those around you and touch lives in ways you cannot even see. Entering this stage is an invitation to let go of any limitations or beliefs that say you don't have enough or can't experience the fullness of life. Know that your journey up to this point has prepared you to handle abundance with wisdom, compassion, and grace. You have grown stronger through challenges, learned patience through waiting, and developed compassion through understanding. These qualities make you the perfect vessel for prosperity, which is intended to flow not just to you, but through you. Abundance as a divine right means you are now free to live without lack. Every need is met, every dream is supported, and every step is guided. As you embrace this truth, allow yourself to feel the freedom and peace that comes with knowing that you are taken care of. There is no longer any need to worry or feel inadequate. Everything you need will be there for you when you need it. In this season of your life, fully embrace prosperity with an open heart and a spirit of gratitude. Trust that every blessing, every abundance is meant for you. Let go of doubt, let go of any hesitation, and allow yourself to experience life in its fullest, most prosperous form. You're stepping into a place where abundance is no longer something to strive for, but a reality to be enjoyed. Let it nourish you, lift you up, and inspire you to live fully in the blessings that were always meant for you. This is your divine inheritance, and you are ready to receive it. Celebrate this unique calling that is yours. Few are chosen for such a path, yet here you stand, invited into a journey like no other. This calling brings not only responsibility, but also a profound joy and a divine connection with the universe. Embrace and honor your journey, recognizing that you have been selected for a purpose that only you can fulfill. You are closer to the universe than ever before, intimately connected to the heartbeat of something far greater than yourself. Take a moment to reflect on the road you've traveled. Every challenge, every victory, every lesson has led you here, to something incredibly rare and powerful, a calling that belongs to you alone. This journey is a gift not given to everyone, and you have been chosen to walk it. It isn't merely a role, it's a purpose so deep that it links you to the divine in a way that few ever experience. You're connected to a mission that calls you to rise above the ordinary, to fulfill a destiny that is uniquely yours. This unique calling is like a beacon, a light shining from within, illuminating not only your path, but also inspiring those around you. It's an intricate combination of your strengths, experiences, and the wisdom you've gained over the years. Ephesians 2:10 reminds us, For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. Your calling is no coincidence. It's a divine design, leading you to this moment because the universe has seen the resilience, the heart, and the purpose that only you can bring forth. Consider this. How does it feel to know that you have been entrusted with something this significant? What does it mean to carry a calling that not only shapes your life, but impacts the lives of those around you? This is a calling that reaches beyond personal ambition. You are part of a grander vision, one that the universe has gently guided you toward, aligning every experience, every trial, to prepare you for this moment. As you step forward, recognize that this path isn't just about fulfilling a duty. It's about awakening to a purpose so profound that it transforms you and shines through you. Your life becomes a testament, a guiding light for others who may still be searching. Embrace this calling as a sacred responsibility, knowing that you've been chosen for it with reason. In times when you may feel uncertain or challenged, remember that this journey is being crafted uniquely for you. Every step, every connection, and every insight you've gained has prepared you to fulfill this purpose with courage, resilience, and grace. Let this knowledge fill you with gratitude and strength. Celebrate the rare and beautiful path you're on, for it is leading you to a life filled with purpose, impact, and a connection to the divine that brings peace and fulfillment. Trust that the universe has guided you to this moment and will continue to walk with you every step of the way, empowering you to rise to the calling that is yours and yours alone. You are closer to God than you may realize, and that closeness has prepared you for a journey filled with joy, responsibility, and a sense of deep connection. Celebrating this unique calling means acknowledging all you've been through and recognizing the growth that has brought you to this point. It is a time to honor your journey, to see how every step, whether easy or difficult, has been essential in shaping who you are today. There's beauty in knowing that nothing was wasted, that every experience has increased the strength and compassion you have within you. Take a moment to feel proud of it. Celebrate the determination and grace with which you have walked your path. Being chosen for such a purpose brings a sense of responsibility, but it also comes with joy and satisfaction. You're a light in the world, a person whose journey inspires and energizes others. This calling is not something you bear alone. The universe is with you every step of the way, guiding you, supporting you, and meeting your every need at the right time. You are in the care of a divine plan that lies beyond your sight, and it is your time to shine, to rise, and to embrace all that you are meant to be. Your connection with the universe is powerful. It is not just about fulfilling a task or duty. It is about embodying your true self and letting that authenticity flow. This calling is woven into the very fabric of your personality, allowing you to bring a unique and irreplaceable energy into the world. As you celebrate this moment, recognize the gift you have and the difference you make by being yourself. This journey has prepared you to fulfill your purpose in a way that only you can. Take pride in this calling, knowing that it is as much an honor as it is a responsibility. Embrace the joy of stepping fully into your purpose, allowing yourself to shine in ways you could never have if you held back. The world needs the light you bring, and the universe has chosen this moment for you to rise up and share that light boldly. This is a celebration of all you have experienced and all that is waiting for you. You are more aligned, more connected, and closer to God than you ever thought possible. As you move forward, let this sense of purpose fill you with confidence and peace. Trust that the universe walks with you, that you are fully supported, and that every step you take is guided by a higher plan. There is no need to stop or second-guess your worth. This path was made for you, and you are more than ready to embrace it. Celebrate who you are. Celebrate the journey that has brought you here, and celebrate the future that lies ahead. Your journey is part of a larger movement. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a new chapter, feeling the momentum of something much larger than yourself. This moment isn't just a personal transformation. It's part of a divine movement, a powerful mission that reaches far beyond your individual life. You're not only stepping forward for your own sake, but as part of a wave that ripples outward, touching and uplifting others in ways you might not even see. Every struggle you've faced, every lesson you've learned, has been preparing you to contribute uniquely to this larger purpose. Think of all the challenges, the moments that tested your strength and resolve. Those experiences weren't random or isolated. They were building blocks, carefully shaping you for a role only you can play. They've added depth to your compassion, resilience to your spirit, and clarity to your vision. With each difficulty you overcame, you grew stronger, wiser, and more prepared to bring something invaluable to the world. The path you've walked is significant because it connects you to a purpose bigger than your individual story, a purpose that weaves together countless lives, bringing hope, change, and inspiration. Being a part of this larger movement means understanding that your journey is interconnected with the journeys of others. It's a tapestry in which each thread, including yours, holds a unique and essential place. Just as you've been strengthened by those who came before you, your experiences, insights, and actions will inspire and support those who come after. There's a sense of harmony in this realization, knowing that everything you've been through has not only prepared you for your future, but has also paved the way for others to find their own path forward. This calling is powerful and humbling. You are stepping into a role that carries the potential to change lives, to inspire others, and to contribute to a movement that is transforming the world in meaningful ways. This isn't about fame or recognition. It's about living in alignment with a purpose that resonates deeply within you and extends far beyond you. You are being called to rise not just for yourself, but for those who will benefit from your courage, your strength, and your willingness to walk this path. The impact you make doesn't always need to be visible to be real. Sometimes the most profound changes happen quietly through the example you set, the kindness you offer, or the wisdom you share. Just by being true to your journey, you are becoming a part of this divine movement, one that reaches hearts and changes lives in both seen and unseen ways. Every action, every step you take is a contribution to something that will continue to grow, touching lives in ways you may never fully know. As you step into this moment, feel the strength of knowing that you are part of something profound. You are contributing to a legacy that is much bigger than you alone, yet it wouldn't be complete without you. There is no one else who can fulfill your role or bring exactly what you bring. This purpose was shaped for you just as you have been shaped for it, and together they align to create a powerful force for good. A call to align with the universe's mission. The universe has singled you out because of your selfless dedication. Now, as you step forward, your actions resonate with the energy of divine purpose. Share in the joy of this connection and continue to stay aligned by following your intuition and inner calling. Stay connected by keeping faith and contributing positively. You magnify your alignment with the universe's mission for you. The universe has called you forth, chosen one. This is your moment to shine, to embrace joy, peace, and abundance beyond measure. Trust in what lies ahead, for it has already been set in motion by divine hands. Embrace it with open arms, celebrate it, and step forward with unwavering faith, knowing that everything is about to transform in the most beautiful way. If this message resonates with you, let the universe know you're ready for this breakthrough by commenting 999 below. And if you haven't already, join our community by subscribing, so you stay connected to the encouragement and wisdom that can guide you on this path. Thank you for being here, for sharing in this journey, and for shining your light. May you walk forward with confidence, knowing you're deeply supported and loved. Blessings to you always.